Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, July 2nd meeting of the Los Angeles Grove Town Council Budget Workshop. We have the roll call, please.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jerem.
Here.
Councilman Bolsonaro.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Manning is not present. Councilman Rundert.
Here.
All right, if we can have approval for the agenda and we can continue. Motion.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Approve the discussion by council. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes 4-0. We need a roll call. All right. Discussion of the budget. Mark, you take it or go?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you call?
Number one, we have to Manning County, we appreciate you for going ahead and scheduling this workshop tonight. I would say that most of the folks from the services group are here, with a few exceptions, to assist you tonight for this budget workshop. As you know, this budget was based upon a number of discussions in early June with council members, and this budget reflects that, and a lot of those initiatives and things that various council members wanted to see. Tonight we're here to discuss, because this is a workshop, we're here to discuss the big issues related to the budget, and there are several big issues that we want to talk about. We did not plan to go line item by line item, however, if town council feels that that is important, if you have any questions, we certainly will be happy to discuss any line item and address that in greater detail. There have been a number of changes because we have been, as we've been going, we've been making changes as it relates to property values and so not every number that you have in your budget tonight, especially as it relates to the items like the memorandum, are 100% accurate, but mostly what you have, especially as it relates to the budget numbers themselves within the various funds, that is all accurate as of right now. Quickly, let me review some highlights for you, and then we can get into the more specific issues that we've been talking about. We have gone ahead and we have set aside $100,000 for town road surveying from the funding standpoint, 2014 funding. Also, we've identified $943,630 for OJIM improvements constructing Canal Road. The traffic light signal at Okeechobee Boulevard and D Road, $220,000 FY 2014 funding. Please be aware in 2015, another $250,000 budgeted. Future town road OJIM projects of $100,000, 2014 funding. At this point in time, no funding for trails in 2014. And we kept in a town hall alternative of reduced $50,000 for 2014 funding. Town management is also proposing $600,000 from the transportation fund be appropriated for a portion of the CIP. Unlike this year, during this current budget year, we are not able to propose a contribution from the general fund to the solid waste fund. Other highlights, there's a transfer of $200,000 from the general fund to capital projects. And upon completion of the road transfer and approval of the capital improvements element by the town and state, this budget appropriates $600,000 to the transportation fund and reserves to the CIP fund to provide more than one half of the money needed to apply OJIM to Crufton Canal Road. As an aside, on your July 16th meeting, you will be seeing an ordinance addressing schedules and projects as related to the capital improvements element. We wanted to get that to the state and be able to address the issue of the 5 cent. The text amendments will follow that up shortly thereafter, but at least we can get the schedule and the new schedules and the improvements to the state, so they will have that for purposes of gas tax funds. In terms of totally a capital improvement program improvements of $1,963,630, and this is through fiscal year 2018, the entire capital improvement program. I'm not going to touch the funds, individual funds. We'll talk about that a little later. I do want to indicate 2 additional issues before I turn it over to Mr. Underwood, who does have a presentation that he wants to go through with you. But the millage rate increases from 3 mils from 1.2 to 1.5. That's something we're going to be talking about in great detail. And the other issue, the big issue tonight that we need to talk about is the 3 mil equivalency requirement that is required by the state, which equates to $1,140,752.31. There are a number of revenue sources that make up this 3 mil equivalency, but it is important that we hit it every year or there are ramifications, and I believe Bill will be going through that in great detail. So with that, I think the next portion here, Your Honor, is to have Bill go through a PowerPoint that we have. And Bill, if you're ready, we'll get that PowerPoint up and you can take it away.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Mayor, Council, basically, what we're trying to do here is put forward a strong plan that tries to accomplish a lot with a few dollars. Basically, you have 4 funds. You have a capital improvement fund that we're planning on spending next year of $1.43 million. Solid waste of $428,000. General fund of $1.1 million. And transportation of $962,000. Those 4 funds make up your total budget. The reason that we have some issues, property values were down about 3.8% this year, which is not as bad as it's been in prior years. We were hoping it would like level off or increase a little bit, but it has not done that. As a result, the assessed taxable value dropped more than $10 million from 2012, and one net mill, which is 95% of the mill, is worth $164,000. Your property taxes is a little shy of some of the other cities around the state, but you get about 22% of your total general fund revenue from property taxes. There are areas of the state where that comes up to as much as 50%. It's not uncommon for it to be 30 to 40%. We're recommending a millage rate of 1.5 mils, which is an estimated revenue of $246,621, primarily to make sure that there's sufficient cushion to provide the town get all of its state shared revenues pursuant to Chapter 218. Additionally, what we incorporated in this budget, it's not set in stone. This is just a very draft preliminary budget. It's not meant to be moving forward. Is the bid reflects a savings of $29.48 per unit per year, or a fee of $343.25 per residential unit. The reason we bring forward state shared revenues, when the town incorporated, the property appraiser set a value on the town, and the town has to produce certain millages pursuant to 218. That is $1,140,000, which Mark spoke to. It's called the 3 mil equivalency. This, in my career, I've never had an issue with the 3 mil equivalency, and I'm willing to do a little more research. But that 1.1 million can actually affect roughly $700,000 to $800,000 of total general fund revenue that you could, well, general fund and gas tax revenue that could come through that. There are some questions, and I do have an associate at the Auditor General's office that I could call to confirm that tomorrow if you would like. Sources to meet that pursuant to the statute, they identify 4. Your charter identifies additional ones. I don't, but it also says that those additional ones that are waived for the first couple of years would have to depend on the attorney to provide an opinion on that. But basically, the 4 are ad valorem taxes. You get to use the municipal services tax from the fire. You get to use utility taxes, communication services, and FP&L. And you get the business tax receipts. Those 4, when you add them all up in whatever combination, you have to produce 1.1 million. There's no requirement to have a millage rate at all. You do not have to have a millage rate if you can produce that number in some other fashion through one of those 4 sources. Currently, well, I was a little concerned this year, but it looks like I think we're going to be okay. We had ad valorem at 206, MSTU 630, business tax receipt running about 5,000. It's going to be up to about 6,500. Utility tax for Frog Pond Light, we believe still gonna come in at the 202,000. But the communication services is coming in significantly less, and it's less next year in the proposed state estimation. Those totals bring you up, and at one point, these numbers were in question, but on Friday, tax money came in for the ad valorem, which put it up to the actually greater than what we budgeted, 644, $500 more. So we actually feel much more comfortable. At one point, we thought we were down to about a $6,000 leeway that we could be short, or within $6,000 of that $1,140,000. We started off the budget year with about a $40,000 cushion. Through the budget adjustments the council has taken, that got reduced to 20, and obviously it gets a little scary at that point. Next slide. What happens if you, and I don't know because I don't know what the state does, I can tell you what it's my understanding is that they would withhold the communication, if you don't meet the 3 mil equivalency, they can withhold communication services, they can withhold state revenue sharing, half-cent sales tax, the first local option gas tax, and the second local option gas tax, totaling $797,000, almost $800,000. Theoretically, what they do, they would take that money and put it into their trust fund, and they would hold it there for a year to see that the council would then correct their problem and reinstate the funds. I've never been in this situation, so I don't know, and I would have to rely on somebody at the state to tell me if they've ever seen it. This originally got into effect somewhere around 1973. And since then, I've not been with a city that's been this close. Basically. Next slide. At any rate, so the way we got to the 1.5, and we think we're still very slim, is we did the calculation based on what we think. At the 1.5, we're going to get about $246,000, which is in your revenue estimates. And ad valorem taxes, we believe the MSTU, we think it's going to be somewhere in that $568,000 level. Business tax receipts from Palm Beach County is about 5. The town has no business tax receipts, so we don't get any credit there. Florida Crown Light utility tax about 200, and there's no utility tax on water sales, which could also be implemented. And then communication services tax. We add all those up, we get $1,148,000, which gives you about an $8,000 cushion. So I felt, and I think we felt, much more comfortable with providing at least an $8,000 cushion at this time while we do some more work. The 1.2, it looked like $40,000. It started in the hole, and I don't know how you recover from that. Next slide.
Bill, may I ask a question?
Sure.
My understanding of, can we go back a slide? Back up. My understanding of the $1,140,000
Yes.
target was determined based on 100% of the taxable value at the time. It wasn't 95% for the ad valorem, not 95% for the fire. It was 100%. So what you've done in there by saying we're only going to have 95% of your ad valorem taxes count towards the $1,140,000 and you only have 95%. To me, we're comparing to a number that is, in my understanding, is set at one type of assumptions, but we're chipping away at our credits, if you will, we're applying. Now, can you comment on the $1,140,000 as far as?
I would probably agree the $1,140,000 is 100%. But the statute doesn't care. We could call the ad valorem tax $500,000. They don't care what the budget is. I mean, we can budget 95, we can budget 100. What they're going to care is what actually happens at the end of the year. Did it really come in at 246 or 255? That's going to be their question. they're not gonna look at whether we got 95. What they wanna know is, in the big scheme of things, when you put all the numbers together, did you get 1.1 real money? That's what they're looking at. They don't care what we can budget 100%. I have been associated with budgets on ad valorem taxes where I budgeted 97, 98, and actually ended up with 102, 103. And that happens because in the real world, you have tax sales that occur. Sometimes they don't get bought in a year, and it's the next year that they get bought. So all of a sudden, you get a big chunk of money that comes in that's above your 100%. So I'm not disagreeing that the 1.1 is 100%. I don't have a horse. The issue is, are we going to get all that money that we say we're going to get?
All right, well, my point also is, I guess, relative to this, I don't disagree with your strategy. I'm trying to be careful and cautious. I'm just, when I put a set of numbers together and match them to another, I like the assumptions, to me, they should be the same. If you have a target which said, take your total taxable and you have 3 mil, and that's $1,140,000, then it would seem that the pieces that get credited against that at any point would be the 100%. Now, you did say you don't know if anybody's run into this, so we may not even know that maybe the Department of Revenue would say, yeah, you throw in your 100% because that's what you've asked your citizens to pay, and the discounts don't apply. I don't know that. I don't think you know that, but it's something we haven't experienced with.
Right.
So, in all your experience, I'm surprised that you haven't run into that, but I understand why. We have to have a target set at the peak of housing values, and every city that came before us, I don't know if there's any come after us since, were set with a much lower point in time in target parks housing value. So we kind of got the short end of the stick. But we do have the question, and I don't know if you're going to get to this, and if you will, we'll just postpone the question, but we have the issue of the initial incorporation refers to and asks for credit for the water control district assessments, and we don't include that in our calculation. But are you going to address it later, or we should have a strategy at least to address it for our own purposes? We can set one set of numbers, but if we have a timeline that we can possibly reset them if we get feedback, then
You could. And we have time to get that feedback. The issue on the assessment is if we were going to be able to count the assessment from the water control district, then we would also be able to count the assessment from the solid waste. And I'm just giving you the
No, I
simplicity.
understand. We never mentioned solid waste in our articles or
Right.
projections, so I'm only seasoned on that. Because if we get water control district, you don't need a whole lot of anything more because you're pretty much home free.
Right. Well, your charter also allowed that you could use franchise fees. What I don't have is an opinion from the attorney that says franchise, because your charter also says it's waived through 2010. Those requirements of 218 are waived through 2010. So in 2011, what did that mean? Were you restricted then back to the 4, which the statute has, or are you allowed to continue?
And that's an issue. That's an issue that I would recommend that, we're at the preliminary right now, and that's going to, take some engagement with FDOR because they ultimately decide compliance with the statute and share revenue. And we'll have time to do that before your hearings in September. My schedule doesn't permit it before your July 16th meeting, but I've already talked with Mark and Perla, and when I return, we're going to work on that issue directly with the ultimate opinion makers there and report back to you, in advance of your September public hearings on your budget.
Okay, and that potentially would mean that we can drop
Well,
back to some other number.
Well, no, but No, you're gonna have to set something now.
That's,
What we're saying, you know, I'm not saying you don't, and you don't go with, you know, you don't wanna run the risk of having to raise it if you set it low, artificially low now. You wanna set it higher now, because you can lower it when you go through the budget process. And so when you know, it's just that, you know, you'll set it at your meeting in July, and if you go with the recommendation, and it's the higher millage, we'll have some further review, and the outcome of that either is going to remain level or come down. But you don't want to set it artificially low now, and then you can raise it later, but it's a heck of a process to go through to do it, including you can't rely on trim and everything else.
do you need any support from the council to do that, or you just go ahead and do it?
I mean, I would think the answer is the right answer from FDOR, and we would just spend that time to do it. We get you the answer. And I don't think we need any direction to do that, because you need to know exactly what it is that FDOR is going to look at when they calculate this, basically, you know, in the context of a special act. So it's just,
Tom?
I was gonna say just that, there's too many comments, if I don't know the answer, for me to make any decision about it, and we need to hear better, you know, what it actually is, as Mike just said. Right?
Okay, in essence, all I tried to follow is what the statute said. But in the context of the charter, the waiver, et cetera, we'll find out from DOR that context up there. Next slide.
And I'm just looking for a, you know,
the answer is going to be the answer.
the answer is gonna be the answer,
Right.
that's what I want, not a questionable.
No, the answer is going to be the answer, and you'll have it before September.
Yeah.
With any degree of luck, you'll have it before you set the millage rate, with any degree. What this slide does, it presents some, what we looked at. Now, again, I would point that somebody with a homesteaded value of $100,000, with an exemption of 50, ends up with a taxable value at 1.5 mils, they pay $75. And at 1.2, they pay $60, a little over $1 a month.
Excuse me, Bill, let the record reflect with Councilman Lee Angus. Go ahead.
What we've included in here was cost, so that you would have a rough idea of where we think we're going. I know later on your agenda, you'll be looking at solid waste. Just for purposes of putting a number in, we use the recommendation of the committee, which is the $343.25 per annum for the solid waste. As you can see, it's fairly small. It's a $30 impact for somebody with $150,000 assessed value, and we've got roughly $40,
Yeah.
45 for the $200,000. That's as high as we took it for. So you have an idea, and when your constituents ask you to respond, well, this would be the bill. Next slide. General fund revenue, what we've tried to identify your major sources, ad valorem taxes, other taxes, subtotal, intergovernmental revenue, $309,000, and then charges for services and other miscellaneous revenue. And I have one more here, fines and forfeitures. The sheriff's been doing a job on somebody because we're getting fines and forfeitures.
Okay.
Next. The expenditures, these are very similar to last year. General governmental services, $147,000, law enforcement, $280,000, public works, 14, legislative, 103, executive, 285, financial administrative, 24, comp planning, 170, and legals, 120. Next item. The next fund, which is really a very important one, is the local transportation fund, which is your first and second local option gas tax. The second local option gas tax, I believe, was down a little bit this year, proposed to be down. We take these estimates prepared by the Revenue Estimating Conference in Tallahassee by the state economists, and we use those. And it's still a good sum of money, just slightly down on the second local option gas tax. Next We're hoping to use these funds for road and streets reconstruction. Mark was referring to the capital improvement element. We get that adopted with some of these items, we'll be able to begin new construction of roads. Traffic control and signs, $9,000. Apparently, the signs are very popular among some people, and they walk away, or they have legs. I'm not sure which. Do some town road maintenance. We're going to transfer until we get the finalization, the second local option gas tax to fund balance and special projects with $50,000. Next. And the capital improvement fund is very aggressive, and I can only encourage the council to adopt capital improvement plan. I think there's some good things in there. I think the legal counsel and the staff would love to move forward. And I think the biggest chunk here, we're going to transfer some $600,000 from reserves in the transportation fund. We have about $800,000 into the CIP. And we're going to take from fund balance of the CIP another $800,000 for roughly the $1.4 million.
Excuse me, Bill. The $600,000, what kind of transportation money is that? Do you have a split, or is it all one kind?
It's split between the two.
Do you have a split of the $600,000?
I have a fund balance later.
Okay.
Split it up exactly. They're roughly running right now about 400 each in that neighborhood. That could change a little bit depending on the end of the year. At any rate, we're going to use the $1 million to do the biggest project there is Collecting Canal. We're assuming that the transfer of the easements and the road right-of-way is going to come to the town. I think that was the instruction that the town and the council gave, and we will start getting the appropriate documentation in place to OGM that road, which will be kind of exciting. We have some other items. Go to the next slide. The biggest one, obviously, the Collecting Canal. We have the Okeechobee D Road traffic light for $220,000 for next year, but we have in the following year another $250,000 for construction. This is getting easements and whatever it is we need to design to get that underway and then construct it. Then we're going to do town roads. We actually have programmed $100,000 a year. That can be changed up or down to do OGM roads all over town. And then there's just a $50,000 item in there for the town hall alternatives. And I have $100,000 in there for survey roads. Next.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The only thing that I object to, we have talked year after year after year of trails. You know, and we're carrying a $50,000 thing for a town hall, that I don't know whether you've got any agreement up here at all, whether we want to spend anything at all. But we still carry nothing at all for trails. We've got a committee to do trails, but we don't allocate one dime.
Well, we did in the next year, but this is very fluid, very fluid. If you look in your documents, you'll find in the capital improvement plan, 2015 there is $200,000. I believe. 101.
Mr. Mayor, for our purposes, I do think we need to have a conversation about the entire capital improvement plan, because I have a similar comment as that, as well as a couple other things.
All right, so we're just going through for budget. Go ahead. But we do have concerns with some of these. This is the first one.
And I have we tried to get some input from the council as we were building this. With trails, obviously, the issue there is we need to have the ability to actually put the trail down, which would require some surveying and ownership or title, something that says we can do that. So those things need to be in place.
Right.
You know, the part that I really don't get is how we can talk about in the same type of easement, spend $1 million for a road, and we can't have a horse trail where a horse can walk on the existing surface. And we can't get that done. It amazes me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a lack of cooperation, and I doubt it seriously. In the district, I think we could get the cooperation. I really think some of this stuff is just a lack of focus or a lack of understanding that the support for the council is there, and I hope that, I think it's there, and I hope we could get that issue resolved. I really do. And I don't understand it. I really don't. How we can spend all this money on roads, and on the exact same easement, we can't even say, okay, well, let's have an agreement where the horses can ride in there, here's your horse trail. And we're not talking about a lot of money for gates or signs or anything. As you said, we have a committee, the committee never meets, and they want to meet, and they've got all the designs done, we can get going on it anytime. It's just, I have a project that was approved by the council that's completely languished, there's never been anything, and that was basically because we had a problem where somebody said that we didn't have the documents that we did have, where somebody was just stonewalling us and saying it was basically lying, so. Sure. That aside, there's a lot of things in the capital improvements budget that we want to talk about, so if we can get done with this, or get on to that.
Okay.
Okay. Solid waste fund, we have we're estimating a little recycling, and then the solid waste assessment for 432. That's based on if the council approves the recommended bidder. 432 is the contract that we would have for that vendor next. And basically, most of the money goes to the contractor. We have a little money to push the freight. Palm Beach County Administration will get some money. We have legal advertising, other sanitation services have nothing, and contractual waste oversight. The next item. This is the fund balance item for the council. Basically, what it identifies is that these are the available funds you had available to you on September 30th, 2012 in the general fund, $1.3 million. During this year, your policy is to set aside 25% or $390,000. For 2013, this year that you're currently in, we've already done it, transfer $400,000. And then we think, as a result of the budget amendment, you're going to consume $97,000. So that would take you from the $1.3 million to $416,000. There is, I don't know what we're going to happen on the North Road, but we may have to spend that $138,000 to reimburse transportation fund for that. In the transportation fund, on 9/30/2012, we had roughly $320,005 and $322.06 first and second local option gas taxes.
Excuse me, Bill.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
have that chart?
This was I added it last night at 11 o'clock.
I was awake, you could have sent it to me. I don't see it, I just wondered if we have to
No,
look at it.
it's not in there, but you can
Okay.
add it as quickly as you would like.
It is the same one we provided at the last meeting when we talked about the budget amendments. So you actually do that.
It was in your last weekend.
This is the beginning of the year look before we actually go into the next fiscal year. We're just looking at, thank you.
Well, this gives you an estimate for the end of this.
All right, so this is what we talked about in terms of get us to the end of September of 2013. This is where we're at. And then the things we're going to do beyond, we're going to start eating away at whatever we have.
Yes, sir. We are putting in the 5th set, we're going to put $117,000 in there this year, so you're going to increase it to $437,000. And the second 5 cent, we think we're going to put in $141,000. Depends on what happens. That's going to be based on whether or not we have this $138,000 that we have to reimburse that fund. If we don't, then you're going to basically add $6,000 or $7,000 to your $322,000. If that occurs, then you're both going to be at $430,000 and $460,000. at September 30th or October. Solid Waste Fund, we actually had a good ending fund balance, 31,000. The fiscal policy said you should set aside 46,000. That would put you $15,000 in the negative aspect.
Bill, if I ask you about that, that's part of the policy we approved.
Yes.
It seemed like 10% is kind of, we pegged the number, but it seems to me like if we're looking for a reserve of sorts, I would put 1 month aside as to having a reserve. We'd always have at least 1 month in our fund.
The,
And then, which would probably get us closer to not have to be in a credit situation in terms of our reserve. That particular item, I think, is not the major item, but we need a reserve on our general fund.
I'm not disagreeing. I would advise that the National Government Finance Officers Association recommends at least 2 months. Across the board, 2 months, which is roughly 17 or 18%. This is an enterprise fund. The issue may become if you got hit and you had to spend a lot of money moving vegetative waste out, you're gonna pay it out of the general fund, but that may be where you wanna have a couple extra dollars
It's
in
the
it.
same government that's how many trillion in debt?
Yes.
I mean, I would want us to be trying to collect more money from the citizens because we have a 10% target. And, I just think the general fund is where we get 25%, we're supposed to have effectively 2 months. Then we've got extra there, so to speak. Then anyway, we'll revisit that at maybe another time, but I just don't think we need to.
Well, when it comes time to adopt your budget, we would bring forward again the fiscal policy for your discussion. It is your policy. It is my humble opinion and professional opinion that 3 months, and I'm only picking 3 months, because I have seen it happen, where you consume all your resources. And that's 90 days. At any rate, this is a hypothetical right now. The way solid waste, you're going to end up with a good fund balance. You just won't have the full. So it's not going to really make a negative. You're just not going to have the full.
Thank you.
And then finally, the capital improvement. You've got $1 million. We put in 400,000 this year. So at the beginning of next year, you'll have 1.4 million, of which we're planning on using 800 and change. And that's really, I think, the big overview. One item that you might want to consider, and I think the attorney brought it up yesterday or the day before, is the 3 mil is an issue in my mind. And I know at one point, I think the town, maybe you've always done the assessment for solid waste, but you could fix the 3 mil with no question by throwing solid waste onto your tax bill. It's not an unreasonable position. From a personal philosophical point of view, if I live here and you live there, and your garbage is piling up and we're not picking it up because you didn't pay the bill, I'm gonna call my commissioner or councilman and say, hey, that garbage is piling up over there, somebody's gotta get it. You didn't get the money from the landowner next to you. What do? You're gonna go pick it up regardless. I think you will. And I think any common courtesy would be for a government to pick it up. That's just my personal philosophical position. That's not a professional.
And that rolls it in and therefore takes care of the 3 mil.
That takes care of your 3 mil question, you never have it again.
What do we need to go through to begin that process ASAP?
Well, if you want to consider doing that, you would have to set your millage at the rate to pay for that. So you'd have to do that in July. You could always do both in July. You could set your millage high enough to put it in your tax bill. You could always adopt a preliminary assessment resolution and have an assessment for it, and then decide how you're going to do it in September by, whatever choice you make, because you have all those hearings. So you would have to give direction to at least, prepare a proposal for the 16th that would include that in the millage, so you can see what that millage looks like, and see if that's something you want to consider, and set it high so you can lower it later and keep your options open.
Tom?
I would recommend doing the increasing the millage and reducing the solid waste, and remind everybody that it doesn't have to be an all or nothing. We could do it for half the solid waste assessment, we could do it for the entire solid waste assessment, we could do it enough to make a cushion. We already, right now, if we go with a full solid waste assessment, everybody's gonna think we're raising their taxes anyway, because we cut it last year. So we could do it, if we did it just enough to leave the assessment what it was last year, and raise the millage rate, we would solve the problem, I think, because it's a significant enough number. And they could back me up on whether it is the 100 a unit is enough, but maybe enough to give us all the cushion we need. The difference between 1.2 and 1.5 could also be absorbed in that, so it really wouldn't be increasing until we get above 1.5, because that was money we were putting in anyway. So I think that is a possibility that we may look at, because I don't support just raising the taxes so that we can make sure we get more tax money, even, just take the money for no good reason from the people. I want to have an explanation as to why we did it, and the answer is so that your garbage tax could be lower, is a sensible reason to me.
Okay. Jim?
Reminder that our solid waste assessment is key to the users. Your ad valorem is to all property owners. So if you don't live here, and you own 40 acres, and whatever the assessment is, then you're paying for garbage pickups that you may not, in fact, use. So there is a direct relationship between what is paid and who is benefited. So Tom's comment about partial it has maybe, I don't want to say it has some merit. It has merit. Doesn't necessarily have my support, but it's certainly better than taking it all away. But I have to be cognizant of, if you don't get a benefit, I pay for it, and that's a concern I would have. But
If I could
Tom's
just find
point,
that exact point.
I'm sorry, Tom. We do have this other question that's out there that would take care of all our problems as far as what we do with millage. We could always raise the taxes later and incorporate the garbage collection fees, but if we get the water control district numbers thrown in there, then we can do whatever we want to do as far as the millage goes, I think. So, that's something we're definitely going to pursue. I would just be reluctant to charge somebody for a service that they don't need that.
Okay.
And my only, why I think it is still apples to apples is that right now we're subsidizing it from the general fund, which is the same ad valorem money, so I think that we're sort of doing that.
Okay. Any other comments? I've got a couple public comments. I'll let them get in right now.
Are we gonna do capital improvement?
What I could is, I worked on this, actually, your staff worked on it. But we have a comparison, because there's a lot of people that are gonna come out better, by doing the taxes versus paying the solid waste and the millage.
Okay.
We did a little comparison, this next slide.
All right.
Go there. Basically, we took some valued property, $100,000, and we left it at your 1.2 mil that you're currently at, and what you pay currently, next year, if you leave the 1.2, you're gonna pay $403,000 with $50,000 exemption. With 4.0, but it could be really about 3.8, you'd pay $200. These are different examples of different properties. Here's 150,000.
Do we have this one in our folder?
No, this last night,
Okay.
but we
I mean,
did.
the board is really, Tom can't see the board. I don't know that Ron can see it, and I can barely see it. So, when we don't have something to follow on,
Get a handout of that one.
it just makes it a little tough.
At any rate, we'll get it to you.
Okay.
Basically, we just did some assessed values, 100, 150, 200, and then we tried to cover all the different kinds of properties. We also have one, that's with a homestead. Without a homestead, you would pay, if it's rental property, somebody's got a house on it, you pay $463 currently. And with the new program, you'd pay $400, so you save $60 a year. 150, that is really the turning point. You go from roughly 500 up to 6. So 150 non-homesteaded exemption is going to go up from $480 to $600, $120, $10 more a month. And then 200, obviously, 480 to 800. And then the property without a solid waste assessment at all, currently, they have 120, $400. The 150 is 126, 600, 240, and up. So we wanted you to have the full picture. All I can provide is there. Basically, I had this old-time city attorney, not that you're not he was in the business forever, and he put into his garbage ordinance, he says, if you have property here, you produce garbage. You produce waste, whether it's vegetative waste, it's trees, tires, whatever it is, you produce it because you have property here. He called it prima facie evidence. It's an argument you can make. I'm just passing that along. But I wanted you to have the whole view because we try to hit the homestead, the non-homestead, and then not at all. Try to give that to you. And with that, I guess we could go through whatever the council would like.
Okay, all right. I got 2 comment cards. Y'all want to do that now, and then we'll make our discussion. Okay, so I got Bill Loud first.
I'll read this, but I'll have copies for y'all to turn in so you can do the motion of receive and file and all that other body order. Okay, the memorandum I turned in is this, it's to the council. Currently, and even more so with the plan, Bill on the E road, and even more so with the planned expansion of Southern Boulevard, aka US 441, 9880, State 80. The most pressing need of traffic control for the safety of Los Angeles Road residents and landowners, as well as their customers and or visitors, is obtaining a traffic light at the intersection of D and Southern. Florida DOT will not even give lip service to us installing a traffic light at a T intersection of a dirt D road and a state thoroughfare. Thus, in order to even have a chance at obtaining a light at this intersection, it's imperative that D road from the least collecting canal to Southern be paved. And I suggest a 2-lane DOT certified road. That's a true pavement with an underlying shell rock inclusion of both the bike and pedestrian lane and guardrails. Yes, this will be expensive. However, doing this short section of D road is very much more important to the safety and traffic flow of Los Angeles Road residents than is the ocean resurfacing and collecting canal. Thus, I suggest that the money being considered for collecting canal be entirely diverted into this highly important road section. The addition of an ocean-covered section of Tangerine or a different connection entrance from D to the plaza to connect D Road to Loxahatchee Country Plaza. I will never call it Pond West Plaza. The post office and the IGA at least, that is going from any of these sites and then having to go west to B, making a U-turn to return to town or go east is, well, stupid. Pave D Road from Collecting Canal to Southern, and then let's petition Florida DOT for a traffic light. Also, please attest, unless the assistance of our state representatives and county commission in this effort, and thank you for your time and consideration. To this, I'll add that if we don't get a traffic light there and they take that intersection away from us, we're going to have to do something else internally, whether it's Tangerine or Valencia. Valencia would require another bridge. We used to come down here and turn in to Boonies years ago. But something's got to be done for D Road. It's our main, this is basically the heart of town. We've already considering doing a light at D and Oki. This is extremely imperative. And then also a follow-up with something Councilman Golson already brought up is the lack of funds on trails. I wish the trail, the retake or whatever it's called this today, went through so we could have brought something like what I just read, hopefully, forward as a committee recommendation. This is just for me personally. I obviously can't speak to the other members because of the moonshine law or sunshine. Trails, something ought to go in there, whether it's, 50,000 to begin with signage, thinking of posts, rules, advertising, whatever, planning, trails, were part of the thought of the town when we went through the charter and incorporation process and everything else. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bill. And John?
John Ryan, 3508 A Road. I think one really important discussion that you're going to have with state authorities is over this 3 mil equivalent. I know the call is going to be perhaps with the Auditor General, but I want to make sure that our attorney and any of the council that participate in the call are aware of a very significant thing. If the call only deals with what the statutes provide, I think Bill is entirely correct in his limitation of sources. However, the town went into a substantial study of how to comply with the 3 mil equivalence. And when a bill goes through the legislature, it gets analyzed by the committee staff that reviewed the bill, and they also receive comments from any state departments that are affected by the bill. Now, if you go to the staff analysis of our incorporation bill, pages 22 and 23, you will see that the Department of Revenue provided their comments on our bill, and they organized their comments that were transmitted in this staff analysis the way I believe we intended. The way we intended was that the 2008-2009 fiscal year, that I think was fiscal 2010, limitations only applied to the audit and reporting criteria. And they completely separated out the section C, subsection C, which dealt with the 3 mil equivalent. And they said in bolded letters in this report, this should be clarified to state that for purposes of meeting the provisions of 218.23(1) Florida statutes relating to ad valorem taxation, the millage leveled by MSTUs and special districts levied throughout the proposed corporate limits of the city may be used. Now, what this clearly means to me is that the Department of Revenue picked up our intent. We knew that our taxpayers in this town paid a substantial assessment to the Water Control District. Those were paid to the district to provide services that a lot of towns provide themselves. We just happen to have a separate district doing it. Now, I think unless you really focus this conversation on this portion of the staff analysis and the Department of Revenue comments, you're going to get a standard answer. Hey, the statute wording generally doesn't cover water control district or special district assessments, but it is in our bill, and it's the responsibility of the bill sponsor, who was Shelley Vanna, and the other local delegation members to review with their staff the analysis of these various committee reports. So I think the situation may be that whether all the state legislators or just a few understood these comments, they passed our bill, and our bill is state law. And state law says that special district assessments can be counted as part of the 3 mil equivalent. Now, unless that point is really made, and unless there's a preliminary review by our attorney that maybe can even be presented in memo analysis form to whoever the town is going to call for a final determination, you're going to get people on the phone that are going to say, well, this is what the statute says, and you think that's what you ought to do. But this, our bill, which is state law, says something different. And it was different enough that the Department of Revenue picked up on that portion of the bill and said, hey, state legislators that are passing this bill, you need to understand that this is different from the normal situation. So I really, I've got all this, and I think perhaps most of the incorporation committee members probably do too, but it was an issue then, and the least remembered it, and we pulled up the staff analysis in the bill and feel that if this is correctly presented, not saying you guys made a mistake or not everybody thoroughly knew what was in this bill, but just say that for all the reasons of the specialness of our bill, all the exceptions that we were attempting to use to qualify to incorporate, this was one of the major ones. It wasn't hidden in footnotes or small language, and the staff that analyzed the bill put it in bold letters, and it was actually a direct comment from the Department of Revenue. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, John. Tom?
With regard to that, I have a couple questions for Mike.
Thanks, John.
Are staff analysis of bills considered a part of the bill after the fact, and is that true, or is this something that you're just going to have to say that that was an intent situation?
The bill is only the bill, so the staff analysis is like, they're required to go through and identify issues, potential issues, and sort them out. But
So
the comment's not replacing the language. You still look at the language of the bill, but if they need to, they can look at the intent and other sources, such as the staff analysis, if they need to.
But in the fact of what today is the law, if the staff said, look, you need to clarify this, and that clarification was never made, then that's just something they said should have been done but wasn't done, and so the circumstance is that we are where the statute is? Or are we in a position where, because it was in the staff report, then that carries through as an exception for us?
Well, I'd like the opportunity to look at the staff report. I mean, I've seen parts of it, but I'd like the opportunity, and that's why I suggested before, unfortunately my schedule doesn't permit me to be involved before the next meeting, but we can have it done before September, and I will, I've talked with Mark and Perla before, we will engage the FDOR, we're aware of this issue, aware of the staff report, other things, put it together, and we'll set up a conversation with them with all that information. But to answer your question, what the language is in the bill is the first place anybody's going to look. They'll only look beyond it is if there's a question about meaning. And if they look beyond it, that's one of the places they can look at the staff report.
Yeah, I think the important thing here is that the committee staff didn't probe into Bill Lauder's intent or any of the other incorporators' intent. They looked at the wording in the bill, and the Department of Revenue has a staff that reviews any bills that affect their requirements.
That's the intent I'm referring to, guys.
But it's not the intent, it's what the bill says. I mean, that's what the comment's addressed to.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
get, what the bill says, not what a staff report. If a staff report said something, and it was their intent that a clarification be made, and that clarification was not made, then all good intentions aside, it wasn't made, and it's not in the thing, and they're going to, like, as Mike says, what does the statute say? And if it doesn't say what you're saying,
I mean,
it's like so many other things. People come here and they make presentations to us all the time, and they
It's
say
not
all
the
these good things,
statute,
but never
it's what the bill is. The bill becomes law.
No, that's I think what you meant. If it's not in the bill, that's the first place they're gonna look is what's in the bill.
Okay, so we're gonna look into that.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
All right, let's,
So the bill is the law, not the statute.
Okay. Any comments about the budget?
First, I'm completely lost relative to the 3 mil equivalency and the revenue thing. I think there's too many questions, quite honestly, to even start out there. Because the thing we talked about with the solid waste could certainly, without raising taxes at all, we could resolve the 3 mil equivalency issue. Also, as Jim pointed out, if you can use the water management numbers, then once again, it's a moot point. And if it's a moot point, it really, if you can use the water management numbers, it actually allows you to lower the millage if you want. So we don't know what's the real deal. More importantly to me, though, is where we're going to spend the money that we have or are going to get. And so what I'm concerned about, I guess, to start with, is the capital improvements budget. Professor Louder's idea relative to the situation with D-Road, I think is something that we really ought to consider because of a couple of reasons. One being that all the logic that he said relative to getting the traffic light done and improving the flow situation here at the plaza, I agree with. I think also that improvements to Tangerine on the east side of D Road, as well as the drainage improvements there, and maybe in conjunction with some things that the city's going to be doing, would be good ways to spend our money. And I think that we're going to run into and this is really what I think is the biggest problem. If we were to do this on D Road, and by that I'm talking about oceaning D Road from Southern to Collecting Canal. I know he's speaking about doing it more, and maybe there's a mixed point because they're not, maybe there's a mixed point as to where it should be, like on F Road or something like that. But my concern is that in this case, the district would own the entire area that we'd be doing. They could sign it over to the town. I believe that there's probably support in the district to do that. I think that we would not run into the expense issues relative to survey. It would be a relatively short road, and we would have lesser professional fees and such involved in design and involved in doing the drainage. And that not that I am opposed to the Collecting Canal project, because I did vote for it. I think, however, to do an ocean road to connect to a dirt road does not make a lot of sense. And that there are probably a lot of bugaboos hiding out there that are going to come up as we try to deal with 35 to 50 homeowners along the road. And we know that we have issues relative to edging, where it is, where it ought to be, all those things that we're not going to have if we do D-Road. And in an attempt to work with my fellow councilmen and align to some things that people find important, I think that the D-Road improvements at Southern and all that is a town priority, more so than the paving or oceaning of Collecting Canal. And I really welcome other people's comments on that. I do think his idea of coming across the bridge and connecting to the back of the plaza is also important. I think that I've heard that there's some plans to do improvements at the plaza that they'd like to talk about with us, but that might help all of that out. And, I'm in favor of that. So, but as to whether or not the idea of this, I think that's something we might want to talk about. And as I think it was Jim pointed out, why do we still have the town hall on there for? Let's take that money and use it towards one of these other projects. And I think the linear park trail system is something that we need to put some money towards, and I think that we need to work more closely with the district to get the areas opened up where we can, and where the problems are, we can deal with the problems, but let's get going with at least half the other line. Probably half the miles are ready to go right now. If you just mow them and put up the signs and gates. So let's get going on some of these things.
been promising people on Collecting Canal that we were gonna pave their road either this year or next year. We set aside, or we supposedly we're budgeting the money. I believe we can afford to do Collecting Canal just like we did North Road. And I believe we can afford to add D Road from Collecting Canal to Southern Boulevard into that budget. And Bill's right. The guy that would sign off on a red light for DOT, if DOT told us that he would never sign off on a red light when there's a dirt road, especially a single lane dirt road butting up to the main highway. I went to Senator Abruzzo's office Monday. They're willing to help us. They're going to do some checking, find out any possibilities. Senator Abruzzo is very connected with the Secretary of the Traffic Division. But they're willing to help us, but they expect us to put forth some effort. And one of the things I told them we were working on is fire rescue, Florida Forestry, PBSO, as far as getting letters from them expressing the need that they need a red light up there. They need to be able to come into Loxahatchee, they need to be able to leave Loxahatchee for a quick response. Backing up at Glades, Wellington, or coming into back Loxahatchee. Everybody, most of the time, depending on where they're located, will use D Road to get into Loxahatchee, especially with the PBSO. That's the fastest route from into Loxahatchee, and then to get from to the acreage through Loxahatchee. So, Bill had an idea. We need a petition from the residents. We need to go full force with everything we got with the DOT people. And I believe Senator Abruzzo will get involved. Mark Pafford has already got involved. And we need any other legislatures that we can get. Our biggest thing is we have to express to them the need. Senator Abruzzo's office wasn't even aware that we were looking for a red light, that we needed a red light. They don't know the layout of the town. They don't know what's involved. They don't know that they shut Loxahatchee Avenue off when they came through the first time. And they really don't care whether we liked it or not, okay? And for them to, Mark's supposed to be checking to verify that PBSO felt like their game plan was, the guy with traffic with PBSO felt like their game plan was to do a loop around. And that loop around would be, if you're headed east on Southern Boulevard, you would make a right, go down to B Road, loop around and come back. If you were coming in D Road from Southern Boulevard and you were coming from the west, you would go down to F Road, loop around and come back. Now B Road is one of the most dangerous intersections we have in our area. We have fatalities there, dump trucks are the major problems with accidents. So FDOT sent us pages and pages of engineering plans and stuff of what their game plan is. I don't want to look through pages. I wanted a simple answer. We plan on a loop around. You don't plan on putting a light. And so I hope Mark can get back with them and just ask them simply, how are the people coming out of D Road going to do that when you put your highway through if you don't put in a red light? This red light would probably serve the same function as the red light at Lion Country Safari, at Palms West Hospital. And if they can justify red lights for places like that, trust me, they can justify it for our town, which is the main street of Loxahatchee Groves. I got more to say, but go ahead, Tom. As far as the 3 mills, I'll be honest with you, I mentioned to Mike, I think we should have already had an answer about the water control district, okay? The first council took care of that, and we shouldn't be paying outrageous prices to verify it and stuff like that, okay? I don't think we should have had to wait till September or whatever. I think that answer should have been here before we started our preliminary budget. I believe they're going to find out, and they could prove me wrong, I believe they're going to find out that we got more millage than we'll need. Now, as far as raising taxes, I don't have a problem raising taxes as long as we can compensate what the residents will pay by giving it back to them in a garbage reduction of their costs. Now, last year we paid $120,000 towards garbage. That would have taken care of the $60. Like, I was looking at the prices on $250,000 homes was an average of 5 acres and stuff. We hope that someday soon we'll be able to get 250,000 for it again. That's what I was looking at, and if we went from 1.2 to 1.5, the cost came up approximately $60 per resident. Okay, now, they said we had a reduction in waste of $29 or something, I believe. Okay, so that would have cut the $60 down to $30-something per resident. Now, the one reason why I don't like cutting taxes anymore is I realize that in the next 3 to 5 years, 2 to 5 years, we're gonna have commercial coming along Southern Boulevard. If we cut our taxes, then we're benefiting the people that's gonna put commercial in off Southern Boulevard, as well as the residents. Now, I believe that when you put commercial in Loxahatchee Groves, it's got to benefit the residents through taxes and through usage. So if the residents, if we go with a 1.5 or we stay with a 1.2, okay, we can protect our residents by giving them cuts in garbage or paying for this or paying for that. If we can keep our revenue coming in when the commercial comes. So that's the way I look at that. That's enough for now.
Okay. Right?
I think Bill's, what Bill mentioned about D Road and the light, I think there's a lot of validity to that. I would take that as a priority over Clayton Canal. I'm not saying that Clayton Canal should eventually be done, but I think D Road from Clayton to Southern is a bigger priority. If we are looking for that light, or even just access to be able to go east on there. So I do think that's a priority. The other point that John brought up about the millage, that was my understanding when I got on council, that when you add the assessments from the district, we're well above 3 mils. So I'd like to get some confirmation on that. So that isn't an issue anymore. You know, in the capital improvements, the priority, I don't have as great a priority for town hall as far as compared to a lot of the other projects we have. So I could see that putting that project back 3 to 5 years, or at least until these other projects are done first.
Jim?
I think I'm agreeing with different pieces of what council's saying, but I think what Ron is saying that we can do both, and I don't see any reason why you could not. And it would make sense to do both at the same time, because you've got the staging situation where you're someplace here already, and you have to do D Road and Clayton Canal, you're gonna save on that, but you can bring back to Clayton Canal. Personally, my priorities are Okeechobee and a D Road traffic light before Southern, and Collecting Canal before D Road Collecting Canal South, because if we get that light on Okeechobee and D Road, that affects the whole north half of the town accessing Okeechobee and having its ability improved tremendously in terms of safety and convenience to then head east on Okeechobee. If you have the light on Okeechobee, you also have the south half of the town can come north and again use the light to help in with the traffic breaks. So I think the Okeechobee light has more impact on the residents of this town than the light on Southern. Of course, on the flip side of that, we need to act in a timely manner because you miss the window. Window of opportunity is there for Southern. So that's why I would say we can do them both. And there's some economics there. But I don't think, remembering if we have Collecting Canal, if it's paved, or Ogen, you have at least a better transportation route to go either to B or over to F. You know, that road itself, probably some people would stay off of it because of the condition itself. I think that adds to the use of traffic lights that we have on Southern, which are not going away. but we certainly, I don't disagree with the D-Road site. But it's like having alternatives that work for the town in its entirety. That's how I prioritize the things I think need to be done. And on the item of the light, the traffic light for Okeechobee, I don't want to see it pushed out 2 years. It's been in our intent for a number of years, certainly over 2 years. I want to see it next year. I want to see it like this fiscal year. And certainly this calendar year is, to me, not an unreasonable request. Let's get that done. Let's move forward on it. But it shouldn't take us this long to even get that pushed forward. Now, the other thing on the amounts, I don't recall, last time we talked about the light on Okeechobee, we talked about the cable situation where it doesn't need the expense that we're given back the information from the county. So I would take the whole 220, go back to 250, put it in next year, take the 220 and throw it out, don't even include it, and just focus on getting the light done, and theoretically construction is less than 250 and anything else that goes with it. If you want to split that number up, fine. But put it in the plan, you could always categorize the line item change later, if it's within the fund. As I understand, it's pretty easy to do. So I want to see that moved into 2004, next year's budget. And I want to see it, I would like to see it on top of this because I think it affects most people. The payback for the number of people affected, number of people it touches, is the greatest of any of the projects we have. And then Collecting Canal has some of those implications, and then D-Road to Southern. I think we can do them all, leave them all in, put them in next year, and move forward. I have a question related to capital. I want to understand, it's more related to our transportation fund. Where are we putting, first of all, in my history, and it probably rivals Bill's in a different industry, when we did budgets, we had assumptions. We had a page of assumptions. And I would like to suggest that our assumption page includes, one, that we have in our comp plan capital item included, and we target to get it done by August, no later, certainly, that gives us opportunity to get it done by the end of September. So if the assumption is we have that element already in this fiscal year, then the budget that we present going forward has that foundation that we need, that we've been told we need to put in transportation money into our capital fund as funding projects. The second thing that goes along with that, the assumption I would include, is the information that we've been given, much like we did revenue numbers to go forward with from different agencies, is the information we've been given from Water Control District Legal, that their expectations are that the 4 Ojum roads will be transferred to us before the end of this fiscal year, before September 30th, or no later than certainly by September 30th. So if that's assumption number 2, then I think we can add that with the capital element. It gives us the foundation for putting capital money from our transportation fund in there. And I'm striving to spend every nickel of transportation fund money first and last draw from our general fund. Because the general fund we can spend on capital, we can dig trenches, we can do anything we want with it basically. But when we have restricted fund application, we need to spend those first in the areas that we can spend them. And I think those two things, if we put that in the assumptions, those two conditions, then we can budget accordingly. Now that leads me to where do we put in the $28,000+ that we would add to the assistance to the debt next year? Where is that currently? Because on my assumption page, if you will, it goes in as a line item using gas tax money. Do we have it in, possibly not?
We don't have it in at all.
Okay. Well, it'd make it easier if we take out gas tax money, because it won't affect anything else. But that's my, I think we can go there, and I guess I want feedback from you, Bill, because I thought we were striving to get to where you've given us direction to go. I'm taking direction from Mike, which seems to be that we can get there this way. So I'm trying to get all that money spent, so there's no budget sitting, because we keep holding the 5 cent gas tax aside. We keep leaving it there because we can't spend it. So let's put in our assumptions that this is how we're gonna use the assumptions for our plans. And based on those assumptions, we can put that money in to be allocated to use. And that'll give us a little bit more money as to do D road, a long way around to get to the point.
Okay, Tom, you have something to add?
Only that I do think that as a result of that discussion and probably your priorities, we need to make a set of priorities, because Ryan and I seem to be on a similar page, and then other people are having other 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm. You know, and we need to work on that, and then we've never really, and maybe we have, I wasn't there, but I don't think, you know, when we're doing that, I think we need to address the issue of the Okeechobee light. You know, the light on Southern is the DOT pays for the light on the road, and the Okeechobee light is, we pay for the county's light. And I just can't, I won't agree to that under any circumstance, because it's not, it's up to them to do that. We're doing that, now we're pretty soon going to replace the culverts under it, and repave it too. You know, because the county doesn't want to get to it, and if we start doing something for them, they'll start expecting us to do it. You know, you do millions for other towns, and you do nothing for us, so I think to ask for that light isn't a lot. You know, maybe 3,000 votes don't count much, but there is an election coming up for county commission, maybe somebody.
Ron, you have something to add?
Just that we talk about, it's back to, we made a comment about a while back, well, we don't want to say we're going to do this or do that, because then we let the people down when we renege on it at the end of the year. We have led the people believe that we are going to Ocean, collecting Canal Road. Now, when we have a major accident on Southern Boulevard, most of the time it depends on where the accident is, okay? They reroute traffic when they're headed east or west on collecting Canal Road. If they stop in at Folsom, they bring them in, they bring them over to B Road, and they bring them back out. Now, we need a decent road. The residents deserve a decent road. And FDOT will pay for the light at Southern, which was convinced that we need. And the Ocean from Southern to collecting Canal, we can afford. So for us to write off collecting Canal all of a sudden, and the whole game plan was that the people on North Road, they love it being paved, and we had to fight to convince the council to do North Road from one end to the other. And everybody loves it, and it makes it nice and easy. Now, the game plan is that C Road is completely Ocean. So if we do collecting Canal from one end to the other, then we're squaring up Loxahatchee, okay? We may not can afford to do every road in Loxahatchee, but at least if we square it up where people, if they want to visit us or if they want to come into Loxahatchee, they can ride around Loxahatchee and then pick the street they're going to and keep their trucks clean and make it safer. And this last major storm we had, Sandy, it was the Ocean roads that everybody was proud of, and it was all the street signs that finally served the purpose. They could tell where the canal was, and we didn't have as many complaints after Sandy as we had before Sandy. So we don't need to renege on the residents of Loxahatchee when it comes to collecting Canal Road. And if you don't believe there's people on collecting Canal that want that road paved, then I can go to the trouble and I can take the time to have them come here to a council meeting and express themselves. But like I said, collecting Canal is a major lever road when we have emergency accidents. Now, I don't know what the construction's going to be like on Southern when they start putting it through. Hopefully, we'll still have passable lanes. I do believe that when they do Southern Boulevard, whether we get a light or not, I believe they're going to have to add a lane at the bridge, because the only turning lane we have right now brings us into the plaza. Now, if they're going to add 2 or 3 more lanes to Southern Boulevard, then how are we going to get into the plaza without them making that bridge wider? And that would be another simple question to the FDOT. And I don't expect to get 50 pages of engineering plans, okay? What are you going to do with the existing bridge at Southern and D Road? How are you going to rebuild it, make it wider, or whatever? Those are simple questions that our town staff should be able to get without a lot of hardship and headaches. Now, we talked about $50,000 for a town center. Okay, and I believe if you ask the people in Waxahachie, would you prefer to spend $50,000 on a town center or hold it for a town center? Or would you rather spend it on trails? I believe they're gonna say, take that $50,000 and put it on trails. Now, one major problem that we need to solve and quit beating around the bush is from A Road on the south side of Collecting Canal all the way to D Road minimum. That easement has to be opened up. We talked with the Water Control District. We said we were gonna set aside funds and make a trail from one point to the other, and yet we've forgotten about it. Now, I think 50,000 would cover it. But when I say trails, I'm not just talking about equestrian, I'm talking about people that want to walk, people that want to ride bikes. 3 purposes. And we have a trails committee and a roads committee, same, that are putting a lot of time in. So for us not to set aside anything for trails and stuff, I have a hard time understanding.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, real quick, I'd like to say, I'm not suggesting reneging on Collecting Canal, only to say that if we're prioritizing things to try to get the traffic light that is a concern to folks, I think we need to do that. And if we are going to get that traffic light, even with that traffic light, if you consider the situation there, since the traffic light is east of the plaza, you come out of the plaza, you want to go east, you're not going to be able to do that without doing the turnaround. So we having a way to get out of the plaza, onto Pineapple Tangerine behind, and back across the bridge, probably with some ozone, so that it's all, you know, we're not in and out of dirt mud holes, is going to be needed, because we don't do that. Everybody's going down to B Road or right down to C Road right now, which is where they make everybody come, and everybody goes down and takes the left into Wellington to go to that school over. But that's the only turnaround once you start going that way. And when everybody who leaves Hess has to do that same, or not Hess, the Shell, who leaves the Shell station has to do that. So having a way to get out the back and onto that Pineapple and back to D Road so you can get through that light and go back east, really, I'm not a traffic engineer, but it seems to me that that's something we need to do in order to preserve the one piece of commercial properties we have right now, and also to save lives, because people are going to get hurt trying to do crazy things.
Okay, and my thought is, I agree, I like what Bill brought forth. I think that's a priority from the standpoint that it is going to take the longest to get DOT on board. So the sooner we do that, to me, that becomes priority 1, because if it's done right at the end, they're going to say, oh, gee, we need to design it in. So I think we need to get that in as far as the plans. If we've got the plans and the prospect and are pushing that, then it puts us in a better position with FDOT and with Abruzzo's office and with Mark's office. And so, I think that's an important. Collecting Canal again, and I really don't feel that we need the money for the town hall in there. I would rather see that go toward the trail, at least begin something. I think it's crazy to have committees and have been talking about it since we incorporated. That was one of our, tenets of incorporation. One of the things we wanted to do, and we haven't done anything with it. So, I think there are projects we can identify with that. And, I live on D Road, north of Okeechobee. Right now, it's not as bad as it was 5 years ago. So if I put myself, pardon me, Jim, but if I put that off for another year, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. But, someday we'll need it. But, and I agree, there's no reason at all for us to pay for it. There's no reason for us to put that arm when nobody else does. They're wanting us to pay for the Mercedes when everybody else is doing the Ford or the Chevrolet. So, I think we've got to talk to our commissioner and just let them know that is their road. They make no bones about it, and therefore they need to help us out there. Jim, did you have something to say?
Yeah. I probably had encouraged staff to include a placeholder for the town hall. It was never intended to be a priority or a use of funds that would take away from something else. It was always a list of things, you know, as long as the funds are there, then you put it in as an item, and if something comes up, but it would be very low in terms of a priority. Now, if we are saddled for funds, for example, if we wanted to take from general funds, instead of put 50,000 into a town hall review of potential, and you gave it back to the people in the garbage assessment, I'd be in favor of that's a trade-out. I also, from what I'm hearing, and from what I've said, reducing the traffic light cost, bring the 250 in, take the 220 out, that's a net 220 minus, not for the year, but for cumulative. If we want to take the 50 out, if something comes up that we need to look at options and pursue it, we can always come back and do it. I just left it in there as a low priority item, not lose sight of it. If something comes up, we can address it. But I certainly would not want to put money in there at the expense of trails, for example, or something else, or people. So I'm hearing that if we moved 100,000 into of the trails, if we take the $200,000 amounts, not Tom not to address specifically what he wanted to do, but I could see us taking the $200,000 amounts and move them left 1 year. So that would be 100,000 in 2014 budget, and then 100,000 the year after, not wait a whole year for no activity. So if the council wants to head that direction, let's take the 50 out, because I guess we can address any options that might come up. For example, somebody wants to donate something to us, we could take it up at that time, and I don't know, it could be expense monies initially anyway. So I think I'm the one that left it in there for that reason only, that it keeps us as an option if something comes up. It's not to pursue it, certainly not high risk. But I would take the number that you have for the traffic light down from 470 to 250, put 250 in this year coming, and you can split it if you want, but I feel that that's really, to me, the biggest bang for the buck for our town, affecting all the people. It doesn't just affect people who live on the south end or the north end, it affects everybody. So I would move 250 and take the whole the budget down 220, take 50 out, put something else in and replace it for South D Road. But again, we're talking about, we have to pay for South D Road agreement so we can get a free light on Southern. So we're ending up. It's not quite as free as we may choose to discuss. But I think we have a real good beginning for our workshop as far as information provided. If you can address some of those suggested changes the council wants some.
Just a comment on Councilman Rocket's issue with Okeechobee Signal. Later on tonight in your agenda, you will have the contract, and if you so desire to approve it with the traffic engineer. Now, unless the desire and will of the council has changed, we weren't going to wait until next fiscal year to start doing the design of Okeechobee. Basically, once you give me get that consultant on board, I can get them started. But I think Bill and I thought that, based upon the comments that the county made to me, about the fact that it's probably 250 just covers the signal itself, and we're going to be on the hook for site improvements, that was the reason why over a 2-year period we put the dollars in. Staff will be happy to do however you direct us. If you want us to wait, we'll wait. If you want us to move forward, we're ready to start moving forward. It's just a question of what the council would like to do.
I think the 250 and the 220 were for an armature, for a mast. I think it's a lesser number.
Well, they're telling me there's going to be canal improvements. They have to do work on it.
With the mast.
Yeah, the mast.
But we need to back off the mast, or back them off the mast. And go back
If
to.
we could, sure.
I've got 2 lights. Why do we have to put a Cadillac, as Dave said, right in the middle of our town when we've got Chevys that are working just fine on either end?
No question, but I'm advising you is I don't know if that's doable. I mean, we can certainly ask WB Signal, but they may want the mast.
They may, but then let's,
We're gonna have to talk to them, because they're also talking about widening Okeechobee someday. So why do we spend $500,000 on something that they're gonna come back later on and say, well, now we tear it all down, because they're gonna have to redo all of the culverts under Okeechobee, and, you know, that are really below standard, and they're gonna have to address their canal.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking the mass arm direction, you're talking the transition and paving that's gonna be necessary on South D in order to have that transition as you're approaching the light in that direction. So you got a lot of issues in there that are site improvement related that are gonna incur costs.
Okay, well, I don't know. You're on.
We agreed, I don't know how many council meetings ago, but at one time we were talking to me and I happened to do a red light at Okeechobee D Road. We agreed, and I think it was my suggestion, that we set the limit at 250,000. And the game plan was that Commissioner Santa Maria still has over a year left in office, okay, working probably favored 2 over 1. He said that we have to make an effort as a town, okay, he will support us in getting our money back from the county. So we've got an engineer coming on board. I would hope that just the design of the plans, that it wouldn't cost us all that much. All right, now, and I agree with everybody, the mass arms was brought up. I think I was the one that brought it up, for the simple fact that you could use the mass arms for 2 lanes, extended to 4 lanes, but that was never a condition of the county, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, and after Dave talked about the cable instead of mass arms and stuff like that, that's something that we decide as a council, so I agree, we don't need a Cadillac if we can do cable just like everybody else. Now, they're doing mass arms at Seminole, Pratt, and Okeechobee for the simple fact that it's gonna be a lot bigger than our Okeechobee. And it's back to, we as a town have to make an effort. I believe we can get our money back from the county. The county, we just had a situation on A Road in Okeechobee with the culvert being clogged, okay? That the county said they don't own that culvert, they own the road, okay? And if that culvert caved in, it would be their responsibility and their liability if somebody got hurt to repair that road, just like they repair it now from one end to the other. So, that's a start for us right there. I believe that I've asked Steve Yoy to give me an estimated cost on what it cost us to get that culvert unclogged. The county was standing by. They spent all day there watching us work, and I don't think they came out there to watch us work and see what we did and see what we used, because they don't have any intentions of paying us. I think they had the guys stay there for the simple fact, in case they have to pay us, they can verify what was done. So when Steve comes up with a cost of what it costs the taxpayers of Wasatch Groves, I'll approach Commissioner Santa Maria, we'll approach the county commissioners, and we'll see about getting our money back. Now, if we can get our money back for that, then, and we have an engineer do a design for what we need. The county has, all the county has done, they haven't offered to help us, okay? They haven't guaranteed you they've already got plans for a red light at Okeechobee Boulevard for a 4-lane road, all right? Now, their engineer could come up with a design, and it wouldn't cost us anything, but they don't seem to want to, so we pay an engineer, and then we'll make an effort before we get into 250,000. As long as we got money spent, we'll approach County Commissioner Jess Santa Maria, and we'll try and get our money back so that we don't get in the hole for a lot of money. And if we get the money back, then we just keep moving forward. But no, the light needs to be done. It benefits the north end, it benefits the south end. In case it definitely benefits the south end if they block us off at Southern Boulevard. So that's where we stand on that. We don't need the Cadillac bars, we can do cable. There's people out here doing cable all over. So let's get started with the engineer, and I definitely would like to have an estimated cost of what an engineer thinks it'll cost us to do a design. And that should include filling the canals in, because the canals have to be filled in, the culvert has to be extended, you've got to have turn lanes. That's just common sense. That's going to cost some money, so I'd be interested on how much he's going to charge us to do the designs, and then we can approach the county.
Well, the design would be paid out of the capital improvements project. That's where you pay for the engineering. That's part of the 250 for the design and consultant work.
I don't know, personally, I don't understand why we need the turn lanes and modify the canals and everything else. Right now, you gotta stop on a two-lane road and turn one way or the other. So a light is gonna just slow it down, stop it, and move it, you know, I mean, I don't, you know, again, we don't need turn lanes on every one of them. You know, I mean, I think if we're gonna put a light in there, we'll put a light in there. You know, honestly, the county, you know, doesn't want a light because they want the traffic to flow through there uninterrupted. And that's not what we need, so, anyway. All right, let's,
You know,
go ahead.
Real quickly, they need some direction. I think there is a question relative to the traffic light. You know, you say you don't want to do it for another year, Ron says he started on tonight. He's going to need to know what's going on. And that, you know, that's not any direction for them to know if we do hire an engineer, what that engineer needs to do. Ron obviously wants him to do one thing, and I want him to do nothing. You want him to do, maybe you want him to do it, but not for a year.
Your Honor, I don't.
I think that Ron's right, they do have something, and they're just stonewalling.
I understand you guys don't want to do the Cadillac, or, I'm just cautioning you that I'll be happy to go take that cause to the county, but technically, it's the county issue to do with the signal, so they may say, well, that's actually road, you want to do the signal, you're going to do it our way. I'm just telling you, we may not have that option to try to downscale.
Okay. All right, I've got John Ryan, and then we're gonna finish up our budget.
One quick item, the district's gonna have its preliminary budget and what we're gonna turn into, you know, for the trim notices. We're having our meeting this coming Monday. Steve Yoey sent a letter to the town asking that y'all consider and make a decision on whether you want to provide the $29,000 debt service subsidy this coming year, the same as you did last year. That benefited North B and South C. And it is a fairly significant benefit, particularly for South C, because of a smaller number of affected acres. But at least for preliminary purposes, if you tell us that you're going to put it in the budget and then consider later whether you're going to finalize it, that will allow us to keep it in our budget. If you say that the budget is already too full and you don't want to consider it this year, we'll take it out and, you know, levy the assessments the way that, you know, we promised.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say, during the workshop, you wouldn't make a motion. If you wanted to, by consensus, discuss it, maybe adopt a motion at your regular meeting to give direction on that, you could do it then, but you wouldn't do it during the workshop.
Okay, Ron.
I thought we had a consensus at our last council meeting that it was me that brought it up, that in the preliminary budget, that we put in the 29,000, and that we also put in the 150,000. We discussed the 150,000 because everybody, some people felt uncomfortable until we said that 150,000 would probably be mostly spent for drainage upgrades and stuff to improve the drainage, not necessarily on the roads, but for the drainage. Now, I'm thinking the 150,000 is in here, right, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the only thing that wasn't put in that we had a consensus on at the last council meeting was the 29,000, 28,890 something. So.
So is that consensus of everybody?
Yeah, I agree with Ron. We said to put it in for budget purposes, but that we would discuss it and make a determination when we do our budget.
Okay. Everybody all right with that? Consensus? Okay. All right.
But that really doesn't answer John's question, other than to say we're putting it in the numbers.
Right.
Well, yes.
So if he wants to know if we're gonna, well, if he wants to know if we're really gonna give it to him, we probably ought to give him an answer, because otherwise they are, I understand he wants an answer more than, you know, we're putting it in the budget, but maybe we just not to do it. Because they, you know, if we're all gonna have contingencies,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the best I can offer, since this is a workshop, is, you know, regular meeting coming up, make a motion at the beginning to add a motion to give direction to budget that, and then you can do that under new business and new business,
Okay.
you know, at that time. If you want to adopt a formal motion and give formal direction.
Okay, Ron.
This has to do with the budget we discussed. On page 25 of 31, I believe we budgeted for 2013. It was either 100,000, but I know we've got 80,000 that's still existing in that budget for trails. Now, why would we not carry that 80,000 over to 2014. And then the other thing to think about is I noticed in 2000, I believe it's 15 and 16, we've got budgeted 200,000 for linear parks. Now, why in the world would we even consider linear parks over trails? So that's just a couple questions I need answered.
Okay.
I'd like to ask for consensus to move the 80,000 into the next budget we look at. And I think that we could agree that trails, linear parks would be one line item we decide as the thing. So because I know of 2 5-acre preserves that we could probably get very cheaply if we really approach the people and suggested they could sell them to the town, because they can't develop them. They're preserves forever, and they just sit there. We take the maintenance responsibility for it. And I know that's always an issue, but not that much of it's just what it was.
Okay. Ron?
And at one time, this council agreed that we would put the linear parks and the trails together as a combination. And whichever one would benefit the residents first, that's what we would go with. So now why we've separated them, I don't know. Thank you.
Okay. Bill, do you have an answer for that, or you're going to work on that?
Mayor, we will work on it. We actually entitled it trails, but it incorporates in the description linear park. So we looked at it as one. I don't have another answer other than our thoughts were it's one item. And I'm assuming it's consensus by the council to do $80,000 and we can bring it back that way.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Motion to adjourn?
Motion,
Second? Second. Budget workshop adjourned. Well, it's about 8 minutes till, so that's 8 o'clock, we're starting our regular Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, July 2nd meeting of the Wasatch Grove County Council. If we can have the roll call, please.
Mayor Ryan?
Here.
Vice Mayor Darrell?
Here.
Councilman Smith?
Here.
Councilman Leeang?
Here.
Councilman Rappa?
There.
Okay, we stand for the pledge, remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, Heavenly Father, we ask for wisdom and guidance. We thank you for all that you do for our community. Our hearts go out to those firemen and their families that were lost in that fire out west. That's a terrible thing. So just watch over us and keep us. Be with those that are serving our country overseas. We pray in your name. Amen. All right. Approval of the agenda. Any additions or deletions?
Mr. Mayor, I think suggested that we add under new business, room for a motion to be made on direction under the budget assumptions.
Okay. Everybody all right with that? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, just to quickly point out the agenda that were offered for tonight's meeting has the wrong date on it. I just, so we can know. They all say June 18th.
Oh, then we don't deal with it for 2 weeks.
No,
That makes it easier.
We already dealt with this 2 weeks ago.
Oh, 2 weeks ago. Okay, next
Comes
year.
back around.
Next year. All right. And I know there was a request from one of our residents regarding a Gold Coast Pearls. What's the name of it? Solid Gold Pearls. So under presentations, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay, we all right with that? Okay. Yes. All right, so with the exception of those two, entertain a motion for a approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, we have the other agenda items ready. Well, we have to do.
No, we've got,
Well, you have them designated on your backup. You were provided the information in support of them. I don't think any of them are new items, they're just the contract. So you might want to confirm receipt of the agenda in that motion to amend.
Also, if I could,
Yeah.
there's a couple people here tonight that I think are here to discuss a couple old business items that we have, and maybe rather than wait to public comment, we could add them, which is,
Okay. Yeah. Is it going to be more than, is it something we have to deal with again?
I think they're both something they'd like just some clarification on. I'm not for sure if they're wanting to speak, but
Well, let me remind you, do have public comment right after consent agenda. You have two now.
I did, we talked about it earlier.
well, then I guess we're not going to come on to that.
Okay, all right, so with the two revisions, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda with those two revisions.
Okay, Jim has made the motion, Ryan seconded. Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. And opposed, same sign. All right, moving to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address the minutes separately.
Okay.
So we have an addition to the consent agenda, another bill.
Right.
We made mention of that, but that's, should be part of the consent agenda.
Okay. Anything else that needs to be changed or added to the consent agenda? All right, so including the addition of the bill that was submitted, everybody all right with it? And I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda
As modified.
as modified.
I make such a motion.
Okay, Jim's made the motion, second? Okay, second by Ryan. Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. Both those pass 5-0. All right, moving to public comments. I've got Bianca. Come up. That's the only one I've got right now.
Yes, there was one up there I put there from, on your top of your,
Oh, okay. In Virginia.
sorry,
Go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Bianca Berthold. I live at 15045 Connecticut Canal Road. And I'm sorry to be back again about the pool. And I want to say thank you. You have been really helpful and it's been pleasant so far. And at the last meeting, the text amendment got approved and we went to see Mark and it was a little disappointing because he told me our, the text amendment, it got put into a pile and there's really no telling how long it would take for the text amendment to be actually changed, and as far as he could tell, it would be months. And he also told me that in this case, he will be working for one person, meaning me, and with the other things that he piled, it would be for the town, which led me sort of to think that this has turned into a bit of a personal thing, since the text amendment I thought was for the town and for everybody else. It was being changed, not only for me. So I'm here, hopefully last time, to ask for your help in this process of building a pool.
Mark?
well, I spoke with Bianca today, I think, the way she characterized it, I don't think I characterized it that way. The issue is, right now, that amendment, while it may benefit others in the future, it benefits her immediately. And I indicated that, based on council's direction, it goes into our projects. I indicated there are a lot of projects that are public projects that are higher priority, and we'll try to get to it as soon as we can. But you just did it last meeting, and she's looking for the turnaround already. So it's like, I mean, that's the only discussion we had. There's nothing personal. But I'll come come back, I talked to the vice mayor, I'll come back with a list of projects and ask for your direction, so you can tell me which public projects you want me to push down, so we can immediately address them.
Okay, Tom?
In order to immediately address Bianca at this moment, is there anything like a zoning in progress or anything like that that would enable her to commence her project while we work on ours?
Yes, I mean, you could adopt, you could adopt a motion declaring zoning in progress, and to be specific of what your direction was I believe was to make it the same as the county when it came to pools, I believe. And that you would declare that zoning in progress while you went through the process to adopt it. The issue with zoning in progress, obviously, is that means that people can come in and get those applications reviewed, but that is at their risk if you don't actually do it down the road. So, and then you would have to deal with that then. If you allow the zoning in progress to be declared and then you change.
And then we change our mind.
You would have to deal with the applications that came in that timeframe, and you can deal with that then if you change your mind. But you would need a formal motion so that they know that they could process the plans as if it was on the books, even though it's not. But the applicant needs to understand that there's no guarantee at the end of the day, the rules will come out the same as you're working on today.
And would staff have any objections to this situation?
Staff would not have any objection to that, except that we still have the issue that obviously anybody who has paid cost recovery is ahead of her. Well, obviously, with that being said, basically, if that's your direction, we'll start processing it. If you still have to go, the text amendment still has to go through to the P and Z and go through the entire process.
But she would be able to commence doing.
She could commence doing her pool, if she wants to take that,
At
I
her
won't
risk.
call it a risk, but if she wants to take that option, yeah.
But you need to adopt a motion that would allow them to process it as a zoning in progress.
And
Or-
that's-
But that would also include any other similar applications that may come in on this issue while you're processing.
And they would be at
For a
the same,
swimming pool.
and they'd be at
Yes.
the same risk.
Exactly right.
And what would happen is, staff would turn around, and we would review the permit. That she's gonna have to pay $60, nobody's kitchen that. That's a fee that we pay for the review of the plans from the zoning standpoint. Then, once we've stamped it off, because the county won't look at it without our stamp. Sorry to say it. So once we do that, then the county would process her pool, and as long as she's willing to take the risk, she can go forward, and the text amendment will get done when the text amendment
Okay,
is processed.
all right, do we have somebody's gonna make a motion?
I'll make a motion and just, kind of help me out here, Mike.
Well, you want to declare zoning in progress on the, as far as the direction of the last meeting to amend the ULDC relating to pools and setbacks. And it would be limited to pools in this, that issue only.
All right, I think we agreed as a council that we wanted it limited to pools, screen enclosures, and what else? And spas.
Right. If you just go with the specific direction you gave last time, declare that zoning in progress, then that's sufficient.
That's my motion.
Yes, second by Tom. Further discussion by council? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Quicker than that, sorry.
Okay.
If we're doing a zoning in progress, we should say this just for the pool. The rest of that text amendment was to be discussed, and I think it's going to come back to get some recommendation. But it's simple enough to say, just the pool setback equals to the county for just that zoning in progress. And then the rest of it can kind of be kicked around later on. Right?
That's what you need to decide, not the scope, because what you're asking to look at was beyond pools.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second, all in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Is the zoning in progress for only pools, or is it for everything you did at the last meeting?
Only pools. I don't have a problem with that for the simple fact this is what has approached us now. In other words, if we say, and like Jim said, we will correct the other.
Do you have a screening place?
But,
Not yet.
Well, we were going to ask for one there.
I was going
You're not coming back.
I'm not-
You want it tonight, say it tonight.
I was gonna screen it in this.
okay, then I stand my motion is the same. In other words, the three things that we agreed upon.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, so it passes 4 to 1. With one.
Thank you very much.
All right. Virginia?
Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. I wanted to make a public comment at the beginning of the meeting in regard to discussion of trails in the community. The town was incorporated with less than 5,000 people based on the fact that we were trying to maintain a rural and agricultural lifestyle. As discussed in the previous budget, there's discussion about trails. What I'd like to just remind the council is, as Southern Timber is coming in to talk with the water district, as the roads and easements are being turned over to you, I would request in this process, as you go through it, a very low-cost solution, is asking people on the non-road side of the canal to please remove their cross gates. It's always baffled me in the 30 years I've lived here that those cross gates have been permitted to be up. It's a simple solution, and in response to their comment of, oh my gosh, what will we do with horses and people walking on this side of the canal? The same thing the people like me on the roadside of the canal do, you can always put up a fence or a no trespassing sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. All right. Moving to, we have no committee presentation. We have,
So we're going to do the minutes, Mr. Mayor.
all right. Oh, yeah, take care of that with the consent agenda.
We didn't do that, we pulled it out, right?
Yes.
When you
Take care of your minutes.
just under new business or old business?
We can take care of it now. These are the old minutes, right?
Yes, yes. In our minutes, there was, I thought something was left out. As I recall, we had a discussion about the North Road funding issue in our audit report that Councilman Gerald made the point that we were told from our auditor that town staff brought it to his attention, and that was not included in the minutes. I thought it needed to be adjusted and added to the minutes versus leaving it as really opposite what being said in the minutes, and with no reference to his comment. So I think we need to add that in.
Okay, where is that on the,
I'm just trying to find it, I'm sorry. Ron, did you have something to say about it?
Only that town management said that it did not happen like that, and I'm not a hard guy to get along with, okay? I did make that comment, so maybe it needs to be public record, but like I told town management, it could be my mistake, but that's the way I understood it, that the audit said that, but according to management, that the audit did not say it like that, that it wasn't brought to his attention by town management, that he picked up on it himself, so, I can go either way with that.
all right, so do we need these minutes reviewed? And
I think it was Ron's.
it's your
Well,
comment, Ron.
it's not so much we changed what was said, but what was said goes in the minutes.
Right.
Right, no, that's what I'm
If we
saying.
later say in the next meeting that what we said, we didn't intend it to be said that way, that goes in the next set of minutes.
Exactly, so what I'm saying is, if something went down here that someone doesn't think was said, do we need to review the tapes? Now, I'm not saying we change anything, but do we need to review the tapes to confirm what's here?
Well, it was said by Ron.
Right.
The question was not included in the minutes, that's why I think it should be included.
And I agree with Jim. In other words, I did say it, so it should be included. The public has a right to know everything we say up here on this council, so I was just trying to clarify,
All right, so we need something added in?
Well, just for education purposes, I mean, you can do what you want with it, but Mike and I have basically advised all the boards. Technically, really, all you need is action minutes, and action minutes is what we try to go to. But I think Susan does a bang-up job in terms of giving you more than action minutes. And that's the reason why, because people start to quarrel over this was said, that was said. Technically, that's all superfluous. You don't really need to have that in minutes to begin with. It's basically action, motion. So, I mean, I'm just pointing that out to you that, I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to do that. If you want us to, we will.
Well, and that's why I'm asking these gentlemen, because I agree with you. I think the minutes should say discussion was made, and this was a decision. And, you know, anytime you're trying to get verbatim,
We have you.
No, the thing is, Mr. Mayor, it wasn't a motion, it wasn't an action item. It was a quote. Town manager company noted that the payment of North Road was pointed out by the auditor, and that management, the town attorney, and the auditor had all discussed it. That is a comment, that's not an action item. And Councilman Gerald had a comment to that, which is also in the same context and has the same weight as the same kind of thing mentioned. If you noted in the minutes for one piece of the discussion, you should have both sides.
okay, so do we want them to go back and modify these and bring it back
That's
next
what
month?
was said that Mr. Gerald commented on, and relative to the same subject.
All right, so we want this reviewed, changed, and brought back to the next meeting for approval?
Yes.
Okay. All right, moving to that consensus. Everybody all right with that?
Yes.
One or two people didn't make consensus.
Not really.
Make it a vote then, clarify. That's the easy way to settle it.
Well, you can have a motion to table, or table the minutes to the next meeting. If that passes, they're tabled. If it doesn't pass, then you've got to move on to if you're going to approve them or not.
I'll make a motion to table minutes last meeting.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to table and a motion and a second. All in favor of tabling it until the next meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, it passes tabling 3-2. So, we table it until next meeting, come back with the, then we'll vote on it. All right, moving on to presentations.
Well, a presentation on this subject.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, audience. I'm here a little bit to discuss today's youth. As you know, today's youth, we hear all about all the challenges we face day to day with the news, all the things that are going wrong with today's youth. However, in Loxahatchee, and especially Loxahatchee Groves, there's this group of girls who are making a difference. They're making a difference to the community as well as to themselves. The team is called Solid Gold Twirlers. Some of you might have seen them perform at different things throughout the community, including the Wellington Parade and the Chili Fest in the acreage, etc. They're based out of the schools here in Loxahatchee Groves and in Loxahatchee. They're part of the community. They're after school or the community schools. This group of girls collect toys every year. Last year, they collected over 200 toys and donated them to Ballet. They donate their trophies and tiaras that they win throughout their competitions to the sick children in the hospital of Palms West, etc. They are coached by Debbie Kramer, a very long-term resident of Loxahatchee, and we have at least 7 of our girls that are from the Loxahatchee Groves area. We have 12 of them that are going of the team. They've competed and have been qualified to compete in the AYOP Nationals in Notre Dame, as well as the 2013 AAU Junior Olympics. These girls, I'm going to show you, if I may, some pictures of last year's when they were at AAU Junior Olympics in Houston, Texas, where they were gold medalists, as well as the year before that when we were in New Orleans. These are girls within our community. They need to travel to Notre Dame in Indiana and to the Junior Olympics in Detroit, Michigan. We are coming, begging, to try to see if there's any way we can get these girls from within our community that do so much within our community to be able to make that dream come true. I am here to humbly request if at all the town of Waxahachie Grove could bestow upon them a donation to try to make that dream come true.
Okay, council members, what's your thoughts?
Are these all residents of Waxahachie Groves or both Waxahachie Groves and Waxahachie?
The whole team is a combination, but there are 7 members of the team of Waxahachie,
Waxahachie.
at least, that we can easily identify.
How much would make a difference?
At this point, anything. I mean, we are having garage sales this weekend and next weekend. We are going and selling raffle tickets, as I know some of you have already so kindly participated and donated. We are having anything possible to try to raise money. I mean, we as parents, some of the parents have been, part of, and we do participate. But there are so many expenses to cover that anything would be appreciated.
What do we have left in our budget?
That's what I'm looking
You know
for.
what
I'll make a comment while Mark's looking. First of all, I think it's great when and I have watched these young ladies do different events, veteran events and stuff like that, acreage events, things at the school. When our kids are willing to take time out to get involved and help others, I think it's good that we invest in them. And I know that everybody may not feel like taxpayers should do that, but I look at when we invest in these groups, whether it's the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, or the Swirlers, I like to think we're taking the money out of the revenue that we got coming in. Florida Power and Light, AT&T, places like that. So if I can help them, I'll do everything in my power to help them. And for them to take time out, and it's not that easy to get up in front of people and ask for donations, and it's a shame that they have to ask for donations. And the only other comment I'll make is we've got the president of the Landowners Association sitting here tonight, so you might be able to confront her before she leaves and go to the landowners meeting.
They already did.
They already donated.
How much did they donate? That would help me.
$200.
Okay, well, I find it hard to believe that the Landowners Association, where they are short on funds, donated $200, and we as a town cannot at least do a minimum of $200. So,
You make that as a motion?
What's the number?
unless somebody wants to make it a larger amount.
According to our general ledger report, this is as of May 31st, 2013, although I don't think that anything else was posted in June. Looks like we have a balance of $3,027.
Okay. Ronnie making a motion?
I'll give everybody 1 minute to make a motion. Anybody got I'll make a motion that we,
I'd like to hear from the mayor, because he always has something to say about that.
And you've all heard me. I think we've got a lot of great things that are going on. We could give as much as we wanted to the families of the firefighters that died out west. There's all kinds of stuff. I do have a hard time making donations with taxpayers' money. I am very generous with donations. I give to what I believe in. We contribute. Sharon kicked in money to the thing at the landowners meeting the other day. So, I believe in it. I just have problems myself as a governing body giving away the taxpayers' money, because that's what they do, and then they get to write it off when they do that. But at the same time, I understand, it's a worthy issue. But anyway, that's why I don't have to make the motion. Ron?
before I make the motion, I don't have a problem making the motion. Before I make the motion, and I understand where the mayor's coming from, but I like to keep in mind that we give back to our taxpayers in the town of Waxahachie Groves. And one reason why we can give back to the taxpayers is because of the revenue that we get in. Okay, so because of the revenue that we get in from these other places, I'm gonna make a motion that it bothers me when the landowner beat us at anything. So I'm gonna make a motion that we donate $300 to the Swirlers.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Financial Committee, Virginia.
Okay, Virginia Standish, review Finance Advisory and Audit Committee report as of May 2013. Please note that the top of your sheet in your packet, ours was corrected to say May, yours may still say April. It should say May. It would be 60%, 67% of the year elapsed. The May financials were approved 4-0. Ending bank balance was $3.219 million. Through May 31st, the town received 58% of annual revenue budgeted and expended 41% of expense budgeted. 67% of the year has elapsed. Year-to-date revenue exceeded expense by $638,017. The expense underrun was due primarily to shortfalls in capital spending of $400,000 and transportation spending of $186,000. I also need to correct, last meeting when I presented the report, I said your communications tax was $200,000. It's approximately $136,000, and that's what you're in jeopardy of having to decline and to be reduced. That concludes the part of the official FAAC report. I would also like to refer you back to the page of the financial activity report that, again, says April. You may see a graph there. Now, that graph is adjusted and downsized. So some of those lines may not accurately reflect the numbers that are presented. At the FAAC committee, we look at the actual numbers. These numbers are not everything from the report, but focus on the numbers. And yes, we do understand that the graph lines may not accurately come out to where they should on the chart, but that's again because of sizing of everything. Thank you.
Virginia, question for you?
Oh, no.
No, just a clarification, because I asked management about this, but a clarification, you said we have a cut in communications of $136,000.
Well, it's going to be, what has been presented to us, I believe about 2 meetings ago, Mr. Underwood stated to us, as you're well aware, the state wants every penny they can get back, and apparently they're after the communication, they're starting to look at the communication tax money, never mind the fact, whether they're gonna allow you to stay incorporated because you're less than 5,000 people. But they're starting, the cell phone companies are claiming, I believe it's that their internet, that they're no longer communication, and that could literally go away overnight if the lobbyists win.
Right, and in other words, I believe that there's a possibility that we could go down, or we could lose $136,000, but that possibility is over a period of time.
Yes.
Okay, can you give me an idea, 1, 2 years, or next year, or in an approximate?
I would say probably 3 to 5 year period.
Okay,
Yes.
and see, that helps me, because when I thought that the way I was understanding it was, if we dropped $136,000 this year, that's bad news, but
The other side of that, Mark, and let's be clear about it, is knowing that it's the government, it's projected that it could be 3 to 5 years, but being that it's the government and that there's heavy, high-powered lobbyists on the other side, I wouldn't, you could say 2 years, it could possibly happen.
The thing is, the uncertainty about that is, of course, that's in the technological area, with the advances being made and phones and everything, that, yeah, it could be quicker.
Right, so, minimum of 2.
Thank you, Virginia. Okay, we need a motion to
Yes,
accept the financial.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we accept the May 2013 financial report and financial.
Okay, motion made by Jim, second. Second by Ryan. Further discussion on that? We need a roll call vote on this, or is it just, we all right with that? All in favor?
It's not an ordinance or
Okay,
resolution.
all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 8A resolutions.
Mr. Mayor, this is a quasi judicial matter, and so what I'll need to do is, what I'd like, if you'll indulge, is to read the title of the resolution, and then I'll explain the process, and then at the end of that, anybody who is wishing to provide testimony and facts to the council will need to be sworn in. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, approving the Valley Crest Site Plan Amendment for land owned by Magic Properties 5 LLC consisting of 5.0 acres more or less located at 13710 Okeechobee Boulevard, south side of Okeechobee Boulevard, approximately 0.25 miles west of F Road. Lot that shows more legally described in Exhibit A to this resolution, providing for suitability conflicts and providing for an effective date. As a quasi-judicial proceeding, the representative of the town staff will briefly explain the applicant's request. At that point, the applicant does present their application and all the facts and circumstances to support it. The staff report and the other items in your agenda package are to be included as part of the record. Each side is provided up to 30 minutes for their presentation, so hopefully that won't be the case, but they are provided by code. Limitation, you could say, up to 30 minutes. After the applicant presents, and staff will present their presentation in its entirety. Thereafter, you can open it up to the public. Members of the public can speak on the application. They have up to 3 minutes to speak on the item. After the public speaks, the staff goes in reverse order. Staff speaks, and then the applicant speaks. And then once that happens, you would close the hearing and conduct a deliberation and adopt a motion on the application. At this time, what I'd like to do is to swear in anybody who expects to give facts and testimony to the council this evening. Please raise your right hand. If you're a member of the public and you may speak on this application, we encourage you to raise your right hand. In the event you think you're going to speak, we can go ahead and have you heard. You swear or affirm the statements or testimonies you shall give this evening shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, what I would suggest is that the staff present basically a brief explanation of the application before the applicant proceeds. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. The application is for an amendment to the previously approved site plan for Valley Crest. The property is 5 acres in size, located on the south side of Okeechobee, approximately a quarter of a mile west of F Road. And the applicant is Magic Properties 5 LLC. As you may recall, the town council approved resolution 2013-02 at its March 5th, 2013 meeting. The resolution approved a site plan for Valley Crest consisting of a wholesale nursery principal use and a landscape service accessory use. As part of the approval, the council adopted general condition number 5, which required that the applicant, within a 6-month period, to resubmit a site plan amendment to delete the wholesale nursery use and request a landscape service as the principal and only use on the property. The applicant has submitted the application. The application was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Board at its meeting on June 13th, and they recommend approval by a 4-0 vote. However, they did have three conditions of their approval. The first being that the original site plan approval had a condition in there that they could only grind the vegetative waste 4 times per year. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended that be increased from 4 to 12, so that the piles wouldn't remain on site untreated for a lengthy period. The second condition was that the outdoor storage of untreated waste be limited to a period not to exceed 30 consecutive days. They wanted the grinding operations to take place more often than that, so that the piles wouldn't sit there untreated and continue to increase in size. And the third condition was that any exterior lighting that was on site should be directional and aimed in a direction to avoid overspill and any glare onto any adjacent properties. Just as a side note, the council at a previous meeting expressed some interest into what kind of progress that Valley Crest had made towards implementing some of the issues that the town council had. And in my opinion, they have made substantial progress. I'll go over a few of the actions that they've taken place, that has taken place since the town council approved the project back in March. One of the conditions of the approval was that the previous resolution be filed with the clerk of courts. That was sort of an unusual condition, but that was attached to the previous approval, and the applicant did file the resolution 2013-02 with the clerk of circuit courts. They have installed a Knox box on the front gate so that fire and police can have access to the property after hours in case of emergency. They have replaced the existing septic tank in Rainfield, which, based on a previous engineer's report, were both faulty, and they've installed a new drain field and a new septic tank. The vegetative waste pile on the site plan was adjusted to comply with the following requirements: 10-foot height limitation, 100-foot by 100-foot area within which all the vegetative waste had to be stored, 20-foot clearances for emergency and fire vehicle access, and a 50-foot setback from the eastern property line. The previous site plan showed it closer to that property line than the current site plan. Multiple berms to screen the vegetative waste pile from Okeechobee Boulevard have already been constructed, and landscaping has been installed on the berms. In addition, they've added the privacy screen, green privacy screen to the chain link fence along Okeechobee Boulevard to screen the property from Okeechobee. So they really have made a concerted effort to comply with the previous conditions and many of the previous concerns of the Planning and Zoning Board Council and the public in general. And based on the staff review and the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board, staff finds the applicant consistent with the direction of the council in Resolution 2013-02 and recommends approval of Resolution 20-1305, subject to the conditions that are attached in Exhibit B of the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to the applicant.
You can ask questions if you want to staff, or you can go right to the applicant.
Any questions for staff?
I may have missed it, but you do have the berms up on the north side of your property now up against the fence. I know the shade block was there, but you
Yes.
actually have the berms and the
Yes, sir.
vegetation.
All right. Any other questions for our staff?
I had a question.
Okay.
Jim, on the P&Z recommendation, I heard you, I thought, say that this 30-day every month versus 4 times a year was intended to reduce the size or the amount of waste that's at any one time. Their anticipation of making it 12 times a year, their desire, which is not stated that I see, but their desire was to reduce the pile. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think it is. When the pile sits there untreated, that is not ground up, it accumulates and can reach a fairly substantial height, although we have a limit of 10 feet. In talking to the staff out at Valley Crest, when the pile is round, the volume can be reduced by up to 15 to 20 times. So it was ground, the piles become smaller, and then they're able to be mulched quicker. So that was the thinking. Plus the fact of if the piles remain for a substantial length of time, there's always a possibility of vermin and other pests accumulating in piles.
Okay, the reason I ask, because I'm sure in our thinking of an R10-foot limitation was set for a reason to just keep it from the visuals. 100 by 100, I think, was the attempt to give them a certain amount of space to accumulate and then order. If we were to expand it and have them, in fact, mulch it more often, which is what the recommendation is, although I'm not interested in running their business, I'm interested in asking them what they prefer to do, but I could probably help run their business, I have enough qualification to do that, but I would think that the size of the pile would also be reduced in our approval if it's going to, in fact, be done more often and you don't need as much space. And the last point is that I thought part of our determination was noise, where we would not have that run that often. So it's kind of, I guess I have multiple questions I can ask the applicant more, but those were kind of the same areas. My question to you, I'll ask them similar questions.
Yeah. The reason that we had a previous limit to 4 times a year for was because of the noise. And the applicant felt that 4 times, a limit of 4 times per year was adequate. The way the condition is in the resolution now is that grinding can be done up to 12 times a year, but sort of leaves it up to the applicant as to how often it can be needed. So it's not required that it be done every month, but it could be done every month depending upon the volume and size.
Well, I would suggest to you, if you do it more often, then you're going to have much more debris run into the site. So it's a question we can talk about more. I just wanted to get what you could tell us about the discussion. That's all.
Thank you.
It seems like they're competing goals, and I think we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're only going to bring as much debris as they're going to bring. They're not going to, they can put more there to look for extra debris from other people to get. They've got as much as they got, and we're trying to manage that debris. So if we're talking about up to 12 times, and we have to keep it at a certain size, we can't create a situation where we, by our limitations, prevent them from carrying out the business. I guess we can, but I don't think that's our goal, is to try to run their business. You know, it's one thing to have reasonable limitations, like we're talking about, in order to avoid the visuals. And another thing to say, well, we don't want to have too many times mulching it because of the sound. But if you're trying to do all that, say we don't really want you to mulch it and we don't want you to have the pile, then we're saying you can do it, but trying to prevent you from doing it. So I think we have to give them the ability, number one, through not over-regulating this business, to operate it right. And I do give them the benefit of the doubt that they're only going to bring that which they would normally generate anyway, and not go hunt down additional debris to bring in. Put a sign up, say, come on, bring me debris. I can mulch it all the time.
Okay. Yeah, and my concern only is, and I'm not saying you would do that, but you've got other facilities, I know, in Broward and Dade County, correct?
Yes.
So I would not want this to become a transfer station. That all of a
No,
sudden they
and
bring
that's
tractor
what I'm
trailer
saying.
loads
Right.
from there because it's not as easy to do it down here. So I kind of understand what Jim's saying. I mean, if all of a sudden you're able to mulch more, I would expect a smaller pile. If all of a sudden we're mulching 3 times as much, and we still have the same pile, then I begin to wonder, are we hauling it in more than what we would normally be doing, or were we off that far off with the size of the pile? But anyway, let's go ahead and make your presentation.
One comment I would make, and I'm sure you understand the money that it would cost to haul vegetative debris from Broward County certainly not low enough to pick up the rest of the percentage after that. So, yeah, economics works a lot in all this.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, David Coviello on behalf of Valley Crest Properties. We're glad to be back before you again, at your direction actually, to remove the nursery component. I think that in your package, you may have a smaller version of the site plan.
This is just a workout.
And ours is a little more legible. Jim really outlined exactly what I was going to say, so my presentation is going to be brief. I think the issue is fairly straightforward. What we've done with the site plan is eliminated the nursery component, and every other aspect of the site plan has remained the same. No new structures. We have added a berm in front of the waste pile to help shield it from the right of way. We've also have started to construct berms around the perimeter of the property and landscape those. With respect to the waste pile, we're okay with having the maximum amount of grinding up to from, I think, 3 to 12. We're fine with that. We think with the regulation of the size of the pile, both with respect to dimension and height, I don't know that it's necessary to monitor the 30 days, 90 days. I think, we're limited by the size, and so to the extent that, we'll have to grind it if it exceeds that size. So I think it's regulated in that way, so it's a much more reasonable way to go. And we're okay with the other conditions that P&Z imposed. We're in agreement with all of staff's conditions. As Jim mentioned, we've come into compliance with all aspects of the prior site plan approval, with the exception of incorporating the nursery component, which we knew we were going to delete. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. And if anyone wanted to speak, I'd like to reserve a little bit of time for you both.
Okay.
Oh.
Not to add things on at the end, but this is, I guess, my opportunity to talk about it. Could I get an explanation of the fuel area? If you have a situation where if you have a fuel spill, would that be contained, or would it leak onto the ground? As in, do you have a concrete area that has a retaining wall around it? Or do you have, and also with regard to your herbicide and pesticide storage, does that also have containment, whereas if you were to have a spill of herbicide, that would also not leak into the ground?
The tank does have a concrete pad. It's not enclosed with 4 walls. It is, I think we mentioned last time, it's a double line. I want you to speak to that, Harold.
Harold Worthington, Valley Crest. Our tanks are unregulated, under 500 gallons each, and they are double wall tanks, so they are contained.
They're contained within themselves, but in the
Yes.
event that somebody, I assume they're electrically operated, the pump?
Correct.
If somehow that pump was to keep running and the fuel was to come out,
Then it would
It
be a
would
spill
go
as
out.
would any gas station.
my only thought, from a standpoint of, I'm sure you pump a lot of fuel,
Sure.
is that containment, and I used to work with builders many years ago, and we had a site that they'd done just that, and there was a huge amount of residual diesel when they were done, because there was just a little spilled every day. And my only concern, and something that could be a way, if the council thought it would be appropriate, or if you think that it's something that you could do, would be to have that area where the fueling is done be concrete with a small lip around it, so that if that 500 gallons or less were spilled, you can calculate the area. The wider the area that's concrete with a smaller berm around it, you can contain that. And the same with the herbicides, because there can be problems with herbicides, and we wouldn't want concentrated herbicides leaking into our groundwater. So just concerns that I have as I looked at that and the size of the operation, knowing that there's probably a good deal of volume of both herbicide and fuel on the site, that maybe we could work to contain those, or,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Valley Crest is a well-known, reputable company, and they have protocol in place to prevent any type of spills or leakage. So I think with those in place, there's adequate protection. We could look at possibly putting a lip around the tank, but I think with...
well, as a
Getting into the technical, we have, I was just gonna say, like he did, this probably isn't the right forum to talk about it, but we have several of these all over the state, of course. And they are inspected regularly by fire department. Their checks, as Mr. Gerald can probably attest to. We also have EPA, DCA at different parks looking at our areas. And if there ever is a spill from the nozzle, which is of course unregulated or anything else, those are always cleaned up as an EPA, and that hazardous material for that one area would be taken off. But that, if that answers some of your concerns.
I understand, but I'm just thinking that as a first response, it makes it a lot easier if you have that containment area to start out with. You don't have to go into the additional things of removing soils and disposing of soils and things like that,
And
which
that's
can
why-
be very expensive.
And that's why we do the added expense of the double wall tanks. That's a great expense too, and that's why we do that, so that
We need to be that fund.
that's why we do the added expense of having double wall tanks, so that we don't have just basically a concrete block line that it can still seep through and mixes with rainwater, and then you have an entirely new situation. We keep it self-contained with the more expensive tanks, so that we don't have that issue.
I hear what they're saying. I'd just like to point out to, and it has nothing to do with them. I have a well over here at my house, you know, my proximity to the gas station. It's stated to be contaminated with petroleum distillates and not within acceptable limits of drinking, as tested by the Palm Beach County Health Department. So, if we want to make, you know, a little bit of something that I don't think would cost them that much, as an additional level of safety, I don't think it'd be a bad idea. They say things can happen, and they have.
Okay.
But that would be my only comment. Otherwise, I think it's a great project. It did what we said.
Okay, Ron?
Jim, question for you. I noticed in one spot here, unless I'm reading it wrong, it says maximum vegetation waste pile height is limited to 10 feet, exceeding Palm Beach County's fire prevention requirements. Is that, am I reading it wrong? In other words, have we allowed them to go higher than what Palm Beach County would have allowed them?
No, I think Palm Beach County's is 12.
No,
These seats are the other way.
This is more stringent. You're
More stringent, exactly. I know that's why I need to clarify. Okay, well, that's good. When I was asking you about the berm a while ago, actually, I see it's clarified here. I wasn't worried about a berm in front of your pile, okay? When I ride by Okeechobee, you've got many, many trucks and many other things that, to me, is an eyesore. So I was talking about a berm on Okeechobee Boulevard inside your fence, so that basically we wouldn't know that you had 20 or 30 trucks in there or whatever. As far as the pile, and that berm would have taken care of hiding the pile also.
No, and I understood your concern, actually, and that's what I was speaking to. It's not shown on the site plan because it's within the buffer. You'll see there's buffers on the site plan, so we have put berms around the perimeter, including all along Okeechobee. And then we've also installed the green screen, I'm not sure it's called, but the screening on the fence also shield.
Okay. Anybody else? In this, do we have a time set, or is it understood that the mulching operation is going? In other words, 7 in the morning, 7 at night. Is that spelled out here or someplace else?
Yeah, let me see. Chipping and mulching 12 times per year during the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Well,
Just another comment. We just had a major fire on 441, and it was the chipping and mulching place, which I noticed on the news there was a lot of upset residents. Now, y'all won't even begin to compare to what was on 441. But as a firefighter, spontaneous ignition comes from mulching stuff sitting there, and we got a place on A Road where you can see the smoke coming up from the piles that we can't seem to get anything done about. So I like the idea personally of you mulching it as much as possible, okay? A couple reasons. It's not going to burn as fast. We have, our volunteers have bobcats, you guys have equipment, I'm thinking. So if we have to tear that pile apart and put it out, if that's necessary, it makes it easier. So I personally, And I don't think, the only other question was the surrounding residents. Did we have any complaints from the surrounding residents about this situation? Okay.
No. And we did put signs up, and the adjacent property owners were notified by mail, and we had it advertised in the paper.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I need to support Tom's request for fuel containment improvement. When you take a concrete pad, as you know, I don't need to tell you anything about fuel, but if you have a leak, it just goes to the ground. And we are in kind of a different situation. If you have a box basically built around it with a small lip, and you fill that, you got a lot of gallons before you receive the lip. I think it's something we overlooked in maybe some of the discussions. And when we were thinking about a nursery, there was some best management practices applicable that are not now. So I would say that we suggest a modification to the submission, that it include containment area for the fuel. If we also have pesticides, insecticides, any of the chemicals, as long as they're on a concrete pad, I think we may have accomplished what we're trying to do. I mean, you have a building, and then on a pad, you have some containment with the building and containment. But fuel, if it's on a flat plane, and somebody walks away, leaves a handle cocked, and just it falls because of vibration, and they leave for the day, before you know it, we will have a major spill. And when we get into, do we want any gas stations on Okeechobee? Probably don't get a lot of people that are in favor of that. This is a little version of it. I think probably it's a good point. We just overlooked it, and I think it would be something that our applicant could construct. This would be a containment area that would give you a shell that maybe even the capacity would have to be at least half of what the fuel is contained there at any one time. It would be more on the average.
Okay. I know on the construction jobs, we had our choice between the double line tanks, which were much more expensive, or because we were mason contractors, we would normally build a containment area out of block, line it with plastic, and that satisfied OSHA and everybody else. I'll tell you, the double line is much, much better, because the other one, if there was anything in it, rain came in, it tended to come up. You know, the contractors, when they pumped it out, they didn't pump it out properly. They siphoned it out of the ground. And so, you know, it was not a good thing. So I like the double wall tanks, honestly, better than even the slab and the curb. But if you all want to put that in there, I mean, I'm all right with it. If they're all right with it, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Just
Well, Councilman Rocket, with respect to the insecticides and the pesticides, those are all kept within structures with floors. So I don't know if that addresses.
Are they on a concrete pad also?
Each structure has a concrete floor.
Okay, and I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I think that the fuel piece, it's double wall, I agree with the mayor, that you've gone the extra expense and safety. But I think if you look at kind of an industry standard, that's one thing. But if you look at Loxahatchee Groves, we're very different, and you put them yourself right in the middle of our town, I would like to encourage that we add additional safety features that would contain a spill, because double wall won't stop. Possibly something be left on, either a hose ruptures or what it might be. And that's not, double wall doesn't do that. So I don't know if we could ask you to do it within a certain period of time, not hold up what you want to do, but to ask for it to be an improvement that we look for.
I'd like to see it as a condition.
all right. So everybody are. Are you willing to do that? Work with us on that. Some kind of a better containment area for fuel.
Well, I'm just looking at, basically, you're asking me to put in a containment for the containment.
Yes.
And I heard the original concern really being the end of the nozzle, which, you know, anyone can break in, go over there, turn on the nozzle, turn on the pump. You know, it would be better, you know, just to unhook the pumps or turn them off at night, which some of our sites do. So maybe that's something, as we just have a kill switch installed, which is easier to keep away from vandalism and things like that we employ. And with all due respect to Loxahatchee Roads, we're in a lot of very sensitive areas, Miami-Dade, with a lot of regulation and a lot of bigger, with a lot more agencies looking at us. And we do the same type of thing with the double wall tanks, you know, on concrete or asphalt pads, so that we are protected.
Are you as close to residential as you are this site?
Closer.
Okay.
Yes. And
So I don't
Our issue is though everybody's on wells.
And another point is, this is a special exception where they have to ask for our permission, and we're asking for a condition, and I'm thinking that that's a fairly reasonable condition. I honestly, I understand what you're saying, but you have to realize that there is a possibility of a spill. You have, as Jim said, your guy can be filling the tank up and turn around and talk to somebody else, and it can pour out on the ground. It happens at gas stations. This isn't a gas station. If it were a gas station, you'd probably be denied. So that's where I'm at. I think we should have some containment at the location where you do the fueling.
So, just to clarify, are you speaking about a lip around the existing concrete pad? Is that?
I'm talking about a lip around the existing concrete pad, and you can make it so they can drive in or out.
Well, normally all that concrete pad is basically, you can get them from the safety magazines. I didn't know your construction background, but usually it's just like a 3-inch rubber strip that goes around the pad, so that if any rainwater or fuel is spilled in there, it's contained on the pad.
That's the concern. That
You know,
it
but
be
that's
contained,
something
and you have a
that-
way to pick it up. It doesn't sort of seep into the ground a quarter gallon a day for 10 years.
But if it could be something as simple as that pad, if you would just, you know, make a condition that we work with staff to put a lip around the pad. So
Yeah, but
I
it
think
contains the
that's,
fuel, I'd be acceptable.
I think that would be perfectly acceptable.
Everybody all right with that?
Yeah.
Consensus, wise?
Yeah, nobody's trying to make it harder for you. But this is something that,
I'm just trying to make sure we don't, I'm just trying to make sure we don't have anything too ambiguous that we're saying, oh, that's not high enough, or that's not high enough, that we, you know, can make something reasonable with staff. We don't have a
when you
policy.
Jim's number before of half the amount that's there, the ability to contain half of the amount.
Well, we're already containing the entire.
I'm talking about if it's spilled. It's certainly capable of spilling.
Half the height, I'm not sure.
No,
And then
the total volume,
after
if you spread the volume out, if I'm trying to fill up this cup and I use this table, I use a thing this big, it doesn't need to be this tall. If I pour the water out on there, maybe this high around the edge will be enough to contain all that water. That's my point. If you spread the concrete pad out and you have a small lip around it, that poured out fuel cannot get out.
And again, what I'm trying to get around and make sure what we're talking about, instead of having something half the volume where I've got walls around the tanks on a small pad or having to increase the pad, is to make sure that we just have something that may be less than half the volume, but would take care of, oh my God, I left the nozzle running, or,
Or incidental
or
spills.
something that was
Yeah.
seeping, or, when they fill, that it would take it right there, but not that I'm gonna have to worry about mixing with rainwater daily, and I'm creating more of a problem than if I didn't have anything there at all. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm not trying to create more problems by
The
complying.
issue is that whatever fuel hits the ground is either going to soak into the ground or it's going to be picked up by you guys.
Correct. Even if it's
I
on the ground,
would like to have I would like all of it picked up by you before it ever soaks in.
but if it's
By
doing
doing
that,
that in a containment area, you'll be able to do that. Otherwise, you'll be doing it as an EPA cleanup, excavating the whole place and sending it to the landfill in Okeechobee.
well, I would beg to differ with you with the construction.
Well, I've seen it happen. I also have construction experience and from a financial aspect at Lennar, and I'll tell you that we had a project in Palm Beach County where we had to excavate 10 feet down because somebody sat there and fueled construction equipment on that site for 10 years. It builds up, drop by drop by drop, and it's not going anywhere except into our groundwater.
I'm suggesting we need that contained.
All right, so how do we need to word it?
Well, I don't know if you need to word it right now. I mean, make sure you have to open up for the public, but I guess that's what you're gonna have to debate among yourselves when you finish up on the applicant and the public, because you still have to finish the public hearing. I just want to remind you that.
Okay. All right, anything else that you've got?
No, that's it.
All right, now we're ready for public?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the only card I've got, I don't know if she was sworn in, Marge?
No, I was not sworn in. I need to be sworn in.
No problem. You swear or affirm the statements or testimony you give this evening should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Council, I want to maybe make a suggestion that we give Mayor Browning a reprieve from the maintenance of that entry sign that we have and make it a condition of Valley Crest, like we had with Villa. Villa maintained our entry sign for us for many years, free. They volunteered their services. They had the equipment, bing, bang, boom, they were gone, you know? So give it some thought. Maybe ask them if they would extend that much to us.
Okay. All right, what's next on the,
I guess at this point, you would go in reverse order, ask the applicant, staff, if they have anything further they want to provide you before you close the hearing and deliberate.
all right, do you have anything you want to add or anything? And did you understand what Marge has said?
I'm not familiar with the
Well,
sign,
in the past, there's a little entry sign that we have right at the corner, right down the road from your operation, right at the corner of Folsom and Okeechobee, just on the north side. And right now, I go down there whenever's needed with my weed eater and my wife and I. My wife, they do that. In the past, Vila and Son had done that for us, just one of their crews coming back in, they stopped and did the weed eating, you know, really nothing else. So you might want to consider that.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
I'm not a member of this branch, but that's something we'll definitely talk
Okay,
about.
okay, thank you. All right, moving back to staff now. What's our reverse order?
Yes, you're done, staff's it, then it's you.
Okay,
Just one question.
okay, Ron?
Jim, a question for you. I'm a tax man. Since this has changed from a primary to landscape over a nursery, will we get more revenue out of it now? Tax revenue?
I would say that you might, because I'm not sure that a landscape service is a bona fide agricultural use. And wholesale nursery is.
I would hope it's commercial business,
We
landscape.
likely will get more tax revenue, yes.
Okay. And the only other thing about the containment area, the only problem I see is we're in the rainy season, and if it's gonna contain diesel, it'll contain water, so that does present another problem. I personally would like to know that, at anybody's request periodically throughout the year, we had a situation on D Road in, north of Okeechobee where the health department came out and inspected a trucking outfit. They had a containment area, okay? But the health department still came out and verified that they had no leakage from the containment area and that the ground was still good. So, you know, I'm looking to see that periodically, you know, if you didn't go with the containment area, that we would be checked. I don't know if that's on a regular basis to show that there was no contaminant to the ground. So that would be my major concern.
All right, any other comment by council members? All right, and my only thought on the containment area, and I understand, you know, truly, I do not want to get anything aggressive. You know, I know that at $4 a gallon, they don't want their employees wasting it any more than we do, so maybe the shut-off idea is a good thing to do. My concern is if we begin to build a containment wall, then the vehicles have to run over that containment wall. The tendency will then be to get a longer hose so that they can pull up beside it, and then we defeat the purpose for it. So, I mean, I know that double tanks work, because you can tell when it goes from the one into the outside tank, it's fully contained. But anyway, I think if you work with, they work with staff and get that resolved, you know, I think that's good. All right, ready for a motion? Mike? If you're ready, we're ready. All right, I'll entertain a motion. Tom?
Make a motion to approve the resolution with the condition that we have a containment area and that they have an annual monitor. We're going to have around the containment area, it's all runs.
Okay.
And I think that with that, should solve the issue.
Good deal. All right, we have a motion, and that included the three suggestions by staff. All right, and is there a second?
Just a quick question, the annual monitoring that you just added in, who's going to administer that? We're already subject to Palm Beach County Environmental Division.
Just give a copy to the town then, showing that there's no contamination.
But Palm Beach County doesn't do routine examinations. In other words, you're asking
So
something
you
that
can have a consultant do a ground water analysis right there, just one. Pull your well, that should be good enough.
once a year?
Once a year.
Takes
It's
water out
a
of the
simple
system.
water, it's a simple water test.
Soil
That'd be
test.
sufficient.
Soil test, okay.
You could do it with the groundwater, and that would actually be really answering the question.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second
Second by Jim, further discussion? All in favor, roll call vote?
Yes, sir.
One other possibility, and I think we did bring this up before when we talked about it, we agreed that they would not apply for an agricultural use classification on this property.
One other thing, the 30-day, that was recommended by P&Z, we're staying with the 90 days, was my understanding. Because the grinding was moved to 12 times a year as a maximum, and then we're going to be subject to the pile size. But the 30-day requirement, my understanding, was not being included, correct?
Up to 12.
I think it's up to 12.
Up to 12, but I guess it's 4 to 12.
Okay.
Well, we were just looking at, there was one condition by P and Z that was
Yeah,
said.
they said 12, but
But
anyway.
it had to be ground every 30 days.
Yeah.
Rather than 90 days.
And that's what we're saying, up to
Okay.
12.
But then, well, that statement, if it's tested no longer than 30 days, that means they have to grind every month.
Right.
That's not in there.
No, it's
That's
not,
not it.
it's a maximum of 90 days, but they can grind it every month if they need. And the size stays the same. Yes.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, Ron?
My question is, whatever P and Z recommended, I support my P and Z committee. In other words, if they recommended once a month or every 30 days, we're complying with what P and Z recommended. That's all I'm asking, as far as that goes.
They did, P and Z didn't want a pile of vegetation untreated to sit longer than 30 days. And that's not in the final staff recommendation. What's in the final staff recommendation is it's got to be treated at least up to 90 days. But they have the option of treating it every 30 days if they need to. So it's sort of a compromise.
Otherwise, we're going to have a grinding machine on site every 30 days, and we're trying to balance the impact on neighbors with noise, et cetera. So I think that's what we came to.
That's what we came to on the side.
No, I understand that. Well, if that's the excuse not to do it every 30 days, then I would say as a town that we do what our P and Z wanted or recommended. And if we have complaints from the neighborhood, hey, listen, you got to stop this, then we that's the way I look at that, because I look at getting rid of it more than I do. I know how long it takes to grind it for work. I've seen them work up and down Okeechobee. On that road in Okeechobee, he gets it in, he gets it out. So I find it hard to believe the neighbors are going to complain, but if they did complain, then we could come back to you and say, hey, make it every 90 days. That's a simple solution, but I'm right down here requiring, like our P and Z recommended. Our P and Z board puts a lot of time in this. a lot of times we ignore them, so I'm just one person.
Okay, so,
Back to what I was saying about the agriculture exemption issue, because Rhonda raised it earlier relative to taxes. I believe that when we had talked about this before, we had gotten an agreement on our part not to, and I don't know if that ended up in this anyplace.
It's not a condition. I mean, I don't see how they can be classified as a modified agricultural use as a landscape service, but.
It's my understanding that they're not currently claiming that exemption. And
We can add it as a condition. I mean, that's not a problem.
What do y'all think is that, if that really is a concern, and we do want to keep the fact that landscape service is not, and that is the state's definition too, I just want to be sure that it doesn't somehow just turns into we're bona fide ags and all the things we said we're going to do about this or that, we're not going to do it.
well, and I guess I'm going back to our conversation at the first time, where we said, I take away the little nursery. We took that away, yeah, that's a,
It's okay with me not to add it, but
that's
I think it was a way to clarify.
all right, now going back to your original motion, are you going to change it to every 30 days? And no more than 30 days, or are we going to go with the up to 90 days?
Well, my thought on that is I don't want to change it to require them to do it every 30 days. I would say, if you want to go for a compromise, every 60 days.
You made the motion.
I leave the motion like it is,
Okay.
because it was what they recommended, and that's what you said.
I think we have PUC board agreement, so I think we have planning staff take the information and mold it a little differently, instead of up to 12 times a year, 4 times. So I think we have a good compromise between the various organizations that we've asked to look at this. And we also have 5 council members to put their 2 cents in, which we will get it done. And so if all 5 of us, maybe Ron excluded, decided to go against P and Z board, we would still do it. So I think we're at a compromise where we're trying to take the best ideas from all organizations, all functions, and put them together, mold them together, and come up with an answer.
And we really compromised with respect to the size of the file. Last time, I think we talked about that at length. So, we're okay with 2 of the 3 P and Z conditions, so we're not exactly entirely against what the P and Z did.
One of the advantages we've got is one of the committee's concerns was rodents and rats. And we have a lot of hawks and a lot of owls, and there's a 50-foot open area that our hawks will love to catch a rat or something like that out in that open, so they'll be gone. So anyway, all right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Councilman Bossman,
Yes.
Councilman Marquardt,
Yes.
Councilman Yang,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zero,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes. Okay.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, moving to, yeah, let's take a break. Take 5 minutes. All right, should I grab anybody's, Brian, from the bathrooms? I don't want to go out there.
Mark, can you look outside and see if Brian happens to be out there?
Yeah.
Please.
All right, moving to their administrative update. Mark?
So they had a quick brief
Want
update.
your attorney too?
That wouldn't hurt.
That was a quick break.
On the boat.
Sorry.
He's getting direction from his, or giving direction, or getting direction from his wife.
I was trying to help the people. Might have done more harm than good.
Okay, Your Honor, this will be a quick and abbreviated management report. First thing I want to report on is we had a DC meeting on June 28th, representing the council. It's Councilman Golsonet, representing Southern Lands representative is going to be coming to the town sometime this month, and he invited me to go along with him, and I do want to go along in that little expedition and see what's happening with that. We did also talk about the roadway condition on B Road that was reported to you previously. Mr. Yoder indicated they're going to go ahead and work on resolving that issue, and then we had some additional comments regarding the drainage policy. In terms of new business, there was a discussion about the traffic and road signs, and I indicated to the district that the town would be happy in doing not only the signs we do for the town, but also the district signs. Since we have traffic control, the district is in total agreement with that, and we're very happy. So I'm going to, Chairman Damaris asked me to just write a memo to Mr. Yowie indicating that I'm going to go ahead and do that. And we set the next meeting for July 26th at 3 o'clock. The second item I want to bring to your attention is the Southern Boulevard D Road signal. I received an email today at 2 o'clock from James Hughes, and as the Vice Mayor would tell you, at the conference call that we had a little while back, they agreed that they were going to collect updated traffic data in September. I'm not really sure of the reason. It's not clear in the email, but they have decided that they would prefer to gather this data in November. I don't have any problems with that. I think that still achieves the purpose that we have. It probably gives us more time. I know the Vice Mayor is working on several letters, so that probably doesn't hurt us. But I think in terms of September and schools being back in, the November date doesn't hurt us. Maybe it even helps us. So just wanted to give you the update on that. And also, you may remember last meeting we discussed the issue with Mr. Klein. That issue came back up. And staff has been doing research, and it appears from the research, it appears that where I thought you might have placed the ordinance on the table, the last motion, it appears the amendment failed. So we're still doing more research. I haven't had a chance to talk to Mike about it as well, but Mike and I will probably get together on it once we've completed the research and he gets back.
Well, I think at the last meeting you said you wanted something, you were going to check on that for June 16th, and that, you know, what we can do is, if, the impression I got, July 16th. I was reading the minutes tonight where you were debating another thing, and I noticed there was some conversation about wanting to go back and just do what you did originally, which was strike the one provision and move that forward. And what may be best just to do that is to go back and get that ordinance that was put on first reading, or whatever meeting that was, and put that on for first reading on July 16th.
Yeah, if it failed, what I'm saying is if it failed at second reading, we'd have to start all over.
That's what we'll put it on for first
It
reading.
would also be P&Z board though.
Oh, if it failed for second reading, yeah, okay, yeah, so we'll put it on the P&Z board.
Yeah. But I'm going to confirm that.
Okay.
That's just my initial observation from the
But
research.
that's the quickest way to get it done, is to go back to what was brought up the first time. Was that recommended though by P&Z board as brought by in first reading? No. Okay.
I believe the major problem with P&Z board was that an outside building, making the possibilities of turning into commercial. I think that
But
was.
they did review it.
Right, but, you know, we decided the easiest thing is take that one statement out. So if it's coming back for the first reading, I'm assuming the statement will be removed.
Right, because I mean, I think, go back.
We'll talk about it.
We'll see if we can get it on the 16th, if we can, it'll be August 2nd.
Is there a way that zoning in progress can come into this one too?
From my understanding, that it was the government, it did not want to accept zoning in progress.
We checked with the-
You looked at that
The
issue.
feds do not want to accept
Yeah,
zoning.
they were not happy with that.
Can we direct that this does not go back to P&Z and comes right back to the council?
If P&Z, that's what we need to look at. We haven't had it. If P&Z reviewed the one, it came up, because remember, it came up at first reading with just that one stricken. And then there were additional changes made at the night of first reading. But I believe what Planning and Zoning Board had looked at is what you want us to come back with. And if they've done that, we can incorporate that review into this. So we'll just have to go back and look and see exactly what it
Even if
was.
it's a rejection.
Yeah, because they already reviewed it, gave you your feedback and a recommendation, and you changed it, whatever, you're basically going back with what they reviewed. So that their review would come back again as part of that consideration, but they wouldn't have to revisit it, so we'll have to confirm what they did look at.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Moving to 11A, new business.
Well, there's an addendum, right?
Yeah,
For
well,
old
there's
business.
them for all these.
There's addendum 1 for old business A.
Oh, okay, hold on.
It was at the request of the vice mayor regarding Sudar trucking.
Okay. Ron?
My concern is the contract's been signed. I think it was signed the first. I know Mark is going to be meeting with the contractor, him and Frank, Wednesday. I would like to direct that they get started on July 5th. I don't think they would want to work the 4th, but our staff is off the 4th. So that's one thing I want to answer tonight. Contract signed. Me and my wife spent about 3 hours writing the list of requests that we already have with the town that people have been requesting since 2012. And basically, I prioritized the ones that need it bad. And our 161st is a major problem. And we had about 8 complaints called in asking for it to be hedged. I got the request that was called in. I've only got about 7 or 8 that I personally requested from 2012 till present time. So I'm flexible where we can start anywhere as long as we get started. So I would hope that we could get started on the 5th. And the other question I had was monitoring the trucking company. I don't know how we're going to work that. What I would like to see is, I'd like to see us with the intergovernmental committee and stuff like that. We have to try and save the taxpayers' money. If Frank monitors this, and I don't know whether he would just verify they started work in the morning and they ended at a certain time, but no matter what he does, if he goes in the morning to see if they're working, that's going to be $26.50. If he goes in the afternoon to verify that they're shutting down at a certain time, that's going to be $26.50. If he's at the fire station, Mark said that he would take care of stuff like that. I think the professional way is a water control district, and I'll bring this in front of their board, okay? Not Mr. Yohe, but because the board needs to either approve it or disapprove it. But Mike, the supervisor of the water control district that handles the field work, field operations, they have a routine where every day he rides the streets to verify if there's anything that happened overnight, washouts, problems like that. If the water control district is already doing this and they're getting paid for it, then I would like to have a relationship where they can save the taxpayers money, and we could give the water control district a list of the streets they're doing, and they should be able to, the contractor should be able to communicate with us and say, hey, we finished 161st Terrace today, we're moving to your next project. And we can let the water control district know by phone call, hey, they're going to be on Hyde Park Road starting tomorrow, and the water control, I believe they started, John, they start at 7 or 8 in the morning, water control district.
7:30.
Okay, so that's just the things I would like to see. My priority is that they start Friday, wherever they start. And the other thing I'm concerned about is how much money we spend on monitoring, because they're the second. Choquette was the lowest bid, they were second lowest bid. Now, hey, if we pay them what they bid, and we add another $26.50 for monitoring, then they're not the lowest bidder anymore. And so that's how I feel about that.
Okay, Your Honor, relative to Vice Mayor's questions or concerns, we will be meeting with them tomorrow. I will ask them to start on Friday, if they're ready to go, which I think they probably will be. We'll probably go ahead and give them possibly 3 or 4 notices to proceed. We basically have the roads, we have the list, and unless there's a question by council, we probably will start in the 161st area. We're going to have to go geographically, though, to save time, so they don't have to be driving all over the place. There's not a lot of variance in terms of the roads and the hedging conditions, so I'll probably start them off with 8 to 10 roads for that first week in that area, and keep moving west to east and southerly With all due respect to the vice mayor, in terms of the monitoring fees, I don't recommend another agency basically monitoring our vendors. I think that's incumbent upon us to do. Obviously, if I'm going out to Frank's at the station, well, then you're not going to pay anything for monitoring. But, there still is a charge if the district does it. And if I were Steve Yogi, I don't think I'd be looking forward to doing that anyway. He has his own workload, and, I don't know if that's something that he really wants to take on. I understand the vice mayor's concern. We'll try to make sure that we do the monitoring as efficiently and effectively as possible. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, any other council members, comments?
Yeah, I think I support Ron's concept, asking the Water Control District if they can add that to, if he's out doing this thing, Mike's out, we can ask him to include that as far as, one of the things he does when he's checking the roads. The other thing is, I know Ron's probably going to be out there. He knows the list of where they're going to be and when they're going to be there. And, maybe I'm out there checking, depending. Maybe I'll get another car, nobody knows it.
There you go.
Yeah, then he knows me. But I think it's worthwhile asking if Steve Yogi doesn't want to do it or don't see it as it's going to work for them. That to me sounds like it's worth it. It's worth the question.
Okay.
Apparently, nobody gets that they're a separate organization from us, and I don't think that that's proper, Jim. Honestly, it's none of their affair, because Mike is not the supervisor of Star Trek. Our contracts say that Mark and the town staff does it. It's not any better than we should go out and check whether or not they get all their loads of rock. Would that be appropriate? That maybe we have somebody who's a more better rock counter than they have, and so we'd like to get the rock counted by them, and that way at least we know the money we're giving them is for something that we really saw the rock was counted. But we trust them that the rock's there. We trust them that the count's there. So I don't see why they have to start doing our work. In all reality, if that's what you want, just give this contract to the district. Don't bother giving it to Cigar Truck. Give it to them and let them do it. Let the district do everything. Why let them have our jobs? Because in the end, this is often turns into, let's just have the district do things. There's a really crazy mishmash that so doesn't make sense, that's so illogical, and yet we try to perpetuate. Every time we're trying to separate out and we're sitting there in the IGC, and one of the conversations in the IGC is that we have to, and Steve Yogi says himself, we have to organize our priorities, we have to set out what we do and what they do, and yet now we try to mish it together and mash it together to the point where there is no division of this. And if you don't want Frank to do it, let's fire him. Let's get him out of the position. If that's such a problem, let's just get rid of it. But that's not what I'm suggesting. And if it was Johnny Choquette who'd been doing it, we would have been paying somebody to do the monitoring, so you can't say it's not apples to apples. The monitoring has to be done one way or the other. Part of our job as a council is to let them do their job, and part of their job is to make sure that things get done. Not for us to micromanage. And quite honestly, it is micromanaging to tell them which roads to do, when to do them, to drive by and say they're doing a good job or not. You can look at things on a general basis and say that this is to my liking or that's not to my liking, but not like, this needs to be 6 inches long, or send them back to do it. That's not Ron's job. Now, if Ron wants Frank's job to be the one in charge of all the roads, he'll make more money, maybe he could get that job. Or maybe we could change it all where each of us takes the department, as I've said before, and do that. But that's not what we're doing. We're supposed to do it where these folks are in charge. Yet we keep telling them to do it different. I understand Ron wants it done. I want it done too. But you have to let the people who are in charge do it, not micromanage them. You're making their life very difficult. You're making their job difficult. And I don't agree.
Okay, Rob?
First of all, my main concern is saving the taxpayers money. Frank's job has gone from $12,000 a year to possibly $25,000. I was reading through the budget. He's got $14,000 for one thing, and then there's another $7,000 for something, but we won't discuss that tonight. Tonight I heard that we had an agreement with the Water Control District that he now puts up district signs, okay? We've all made comments that when we pave the roads, the district reduces their workload, okay? They work for the town, grade our roads, build rock down for us. I have a problem when we pay $26.50 an hour to put up a road sign on a district road. Okay, I don't have a problem with Frank doing it on town roads. We had a resolution, we had an interlocal agreement with the Water Control District, and we know that, the lawyer knows it, to where the district put up our street signs. Now, I got to admit that we've got all new street signs and stuff out there, okay, and they look nice, and Frank put them up, but, and that's fine if the town wants to spend that money, but now we're gonna do district street signs at $26.50 an hour. When they have tractors, when you put up street signs, most of the time you need some type of heavy equipment to push the stake in the ground, okay? And these guys are already getting paid by the taxpayers. They've got the equipment and stuff. Now, I know when we put our street signs up that we did use Choquette's loader. I'm hoping we got that loader free. I'm not going to take time to find out whether we paid for it or not. A lot of us, he did by hand, but I know that we didn't use the loader once in a while. I've never considered us to be separate entities. We're supposed to be working together for the benefit of the town. There will come a time in the near future that the district will become part of the town, and probably their only thing they will be concerned about is drainage. That's just a fact, future fact. All right, so I will not go to the administrator. The administrator is new here. All right. He's doing an outstanding job. He's got a good working relationship with town management, but I will not approach him to even put him on the spot as far as monitoring our vegetation and mowing personnel, okay? I don't want the job, but I'll be honest with you, if we're gonna pay $26.50 an hour, possibly $52-something a day for the morning, for the afternoon, hey, I'm retired, I work at night, I'll be glad to save the taxpayers money. My wife's, she's definitely not happy about that. But there comes a time when we need to try and conserve as a town. So if Frank monitors, these are professionals, they got the contract, okay? It's back to common sense. If they say they're going to start on 161st Terrace North on a certain day, especially, and it's not whether I live on the road or not, no matter where they work in Loxahatchee, I will know when they start, okay, because that's my privilege as a councilman or as a taxpayer. If I want to know what road they're working on, I'll go to management and they'll tell me where they're working. And then I'll see how long it takes them. And if it takes them twice as long as it took the Water Control District, because I'm the one that got the Water Control District to do Hyde Park, 6th Court North, and do it for free, okay, I know how long it took. I've got receipts of how many hours it took and I know what kind of job they did. Now, if this outfit is not up to par, I'll be coming back to the council and I'll have my reasons to get rid of it. But they're professional contractors and the public. We've got people in Loxahatchee that care about what goes on. They watch. If they come by your house and we've had complaints about the Water Control District sleeping in a tractor, they happen to be taking their break. So we got people that alert in Loxahatchee, and that's where we need to do that. But like I said, the garbage monitoring stuff like that. Frank does some outstanding stuff in this town, and when he's doing labor and stuff, I don't have a problem putting up signs or calling Waste Pro and making sure they're doing their job. But no, to ride by and check to see if somebody started at a certain time and to watch them do their work, I have a problem with that. But that's just my view. Now, I do have a question for management, because Mark asked you about the roads we looked at today. Some of them, mowing will take care of the problem. Now, we talked about hedging and mowing, okay? You open the right-of-way by hedging, but we've got drainage ditch on some of these right-of-ways. Now, the mower, that machine is capable of hedging upright or mowing ditch banks and stuff. So I just need a clarification tonight that when they're on my street, they will be cleaning out the ditch bank as far as the underbrush and stuff. There'll be more in the ditch bank along with opening the right of ways. Is that correct?
Mowing, hedging is the same dollar amount.
Okay.
Now, you know, we've had assessments out there. I know we've had a lot of calls from your street. There are some sections that definitely need to be hedged, and then there are some sections that are fine. So we're gonna go out and we're gonna, their direction is gonna be to go ahead and take care of the road.
Okay. And the drainage ditch alongside the road, as long as it's concerned with mowing or hedging. If you got two jobs to do on that one street, they do them both. They don't just hedge the right of way and leave the drainage ditch. Okay, that's it.
Do they do it by the hour? Is that the way it's
It's an
done?
hourly, yeah, the hedging and mowing is the same hourly rate. It's not, it changes to 16 and 18 when you start talking about the cubic yards and the move.
All right, Tom? Did you?
I know you were talking geographically, but we've had a lot of people here before having issues with it, and it's definitely been brought up numerous times by Vice Mayor Jarrell relative to Compton and the drainage ditch on Compton and what we're going to do about that. And I know that I've said several times that as soon as we got the sign-offs, that I thought that was a priority. I believe that Mike got those tonight, so
Tonight, they have to be recorded.
I think we ought to get on that one also, if we're setting any priorities, that we ought to help those people out, because we promised to do things for people. We promised to do that for them, we promised to get that done. And I'm not talking about cutting a bunch of native trees or nothing, but as far as, there's cattails, there's peppers, there's
That
all
one
sorts
we
of
want to
stuff
look at
down
a
that
little more
road.
closely because we expect that one to be very costly, so.
That brings another issue. We need to come up with a budget in our budget workshop as to how much we're going to spend on mowing, edging, how much we're going to spend on rock, how much we're going to spend on grading, because those are all, they've not been things that we've quantified in the past by saying no more than this or no more than that, and they can eat us alive.
Yeah, the current budget is something like $37,000. You may want to increase that. That may not be enough based on what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially if we have a Compton Road project.
I don't know, so with my tractor, it takes me 2 hours to do C roads sometimes, so, you know, that's a flat mowing, and depends on how wide it is, but it's it's 6 foot wide flat mower, and I'm driving at a reasonable pace. And yet it still takes a while to get it done, so, you know, it's gonna cost us something.
Okay. Jim, you have a comment?
Oh, yeah, my comment was very simple, it's to the point, it was just, if Water Control District wants to ask, and Mike in his travels, if you would keep an eye out, and that would benefit us, that's all it was. I wasn't talking about signs, I wasn't talking about more than that. Certainly I was not suggesting that we do, we kind of get off the deep end, you know, simple little comment that if they wanted to do that and they felt like it was efficient and they were in the area, they might be a benefit to them. And I don't see the need to put a wall between the two organizations if they can work together, and we're doing that in IGC type of thing. So I look at that as, if we can make something work together, then fine. If they don't want to do it, it's not just worth a question. You know, it's worth a question, and I just support it. Well, I'm going to say yes. They don't want to do it. There's 5 people up there who have a decision. But we went way off that little thought to a much bigger discussion. So, Ron?
And I happen to agree with Tom. Compton's Road, we've been trying to get something done for those people for a long time. So please, and we don't need to study Compton Road anymore. They can go in there with that tractor and they can open it up so that we can see what we got. And they said they can cut up to 5 inch. Now we got cabbage bombs and stuff that have to be removed, but at least they can wait on 161st, start them on Compton Road. I'd like to have direction from the council tonight that they start on Compton Road on Friday, and we don't need to study Compton Road anymore.
If I may, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm not talking about studying Compton Road. I'm talking about getting an assessment as to the cost. As far as my financial responsibilities, it's important that we do that just so we control costs. Before we get them going, we just want that number, to see how we're at. That's all.
If I could just, in order to avoid a fight, say, it's not that much in mowing costs, so let's go see what $3,000 or $4,000 will do. You know, because I think it'll do a lot. And they'll be able to mow everything they'll be able to mow. Because $4,000, what is it, $20 an hour they get?
45.
45, so 4,000 gives you 100 hours, 2.5 weeks of mowing, they'll be mowing people's yards trying to get it. You know, there's other stuff that needs done, but it's not within the scope of mowing. You know, am I right?
Right.
Because like you said, there's palms and there's a couple lots that have a lot of intensive native stuff that might need a little bit of handwork. But most of it, like there's areas where it's just all cattails, they can mow that straight to the ground. And some other stuff and make it look nice. And then we'll be able to, if there's something they can't do, we can address. But mowing will get a lot of that done. Okay. And in my mind.
And they get paid by the hour, okay? So they're gonna mow what they can mow, and we're gonna pay them by the hour. So we don't have to talk about $3,000 or $4,000.
No, just get it done.
Just send them over there and let them mow the drainage ditch. Can we get direction from the council?
I don't think we need, I think Art will do that, right? Everybody's all right with
Just so
that?
you know, what we'll do, we have the notice to proceed process, and I'm gonna start that off on Wednesday, giving them the roads. I'll look at Compton Road, we'll put Compton Road down, that'll be one of their top priorities, and the notice to proceed to do that. But I just wanna make sure they take a look at it and just get some costs. They can do it that first week they're mowing the first 10 to 15 rows we give them. So we'll turn it around pretty quickly.
You've got a process where they get the tickets signed daily, correct? With the
Yeah,
hours?
we can do it that way.
I mean, well, I think that's important because that will give you an idea. If you were to ride by at 10 o'clock and see a lot done, you know, you don't have to be out there at 7 o'clock.
Right.
You know, at the same time, if you go by at 3 o'clock and it looks like they're just starting, and the guy comes to you, I know on the jobs, with all extra work, it had to be signed daily, because nobody's gonna remember a week later.
And one misconception, we don't plan to have Franks sitting out there watching them the whole time they do the job. It's gonna be
Yeah.
coming by and checking after.
Okay, well, and Frank can pretty well know what you're gonna do. I have problems with stuff like that being done by the hour myself, without, you know, a supervisor on the job, because you don't know what you're getting.
Oh.
You know, I think we'd be in trouble getting the water control board to do it, because then if they forgot, we get ticked at them, we have no right to be ticked at them, it's not their job. So, you know, and then, the other thing, real quick, is if I was the contractor, I would not want to commit to working Friday after the 4th, because, number one, the crews that do show up might be hungover. I mean, you know, we want to get it going, but that's a bad day to start. It's a bad day to start a job on Friday anyway.
That's why I indicated I was gonna ask them if they want to make it Monday, that's fine with me. I'm just, you know, I was trying to adhere to the vice mayor's concern.
Ron?
And then I hear where the vice mayor's coming from, and if they wanna wait till Monday, that's fine with them. I mean, where the mayor's coming from. But hey, I seen the equipment they've got, and they said they started paying on that equipment last month now. And they said they wanna get to work, but there's a possibility that they may like to go out and party, and they may not want to go to work the day after the 4th. And that'll be their, as long as it's their call. If they say they want to go to work on the 5th, then I expect them to go to work.
And Mr. Mayor, things that I've encountered in the past where I've done hourly work is often they'll ask you to give an estimate of how long you think the work's going to take. Or you say this particular road, you know, we estimate it to be 3 hours, you know, versus 10 hours or whatever. But I don't know if that helps you in your assignment, you know, as you're assigning it, have them give you an estimate of what they think it would be, an upset number or something like that.
Yeah, and they're not clueless, because Frank actually went out with them before the contract was even signed and drove them around and showed them all the roads so they could see what they would be taking on.
Once Frank watches them one time, he's gonna know what they can get done in an hour. He's gonna be able to verify it almost at any time of day. But it is important to get them signed, you know.
Right. He's the guy who did the initial study, so he has a good idea what he showed us.
Yeah. All right. Moving on to, are we done with that one? Moving on to 11A, engineering contract. What's that?
You have a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I gave it to her.
It's right here. Mark, what?
Marge Herzog, A-Road. Sadar is a professional company, and I'm sure that they're not going to try to pull any wool over the eyes of the residents here. You know, I wasn't born yesterday either. I know contractors can fudge numbers, but I really think they're going to try to impress us. And when you look at the price that we paid for Ian and 152nd through the Water Control District, I'm sure we're not going to be spending anything near those prices.
That was a private contractor, that wasn't a water control.
No, but it was hired through the water
No,
control.
it wasn't.
It was a private contractor.
Well, whatever, the prices were very high, and I don't think they're going to be like that on any of the roads that we're doing.
Thank you, Marcia. All right, moving to 11A.
Well, you have,
What's that?
well, addendum 3,
Yeah, we don't have the engineering contract?
No, you got,
Eleven
that
A
is in
is
reverse
actually
order
addendum
of
3,
business.
so if you go in the order of the agenda, you have to go to out of order of your agenda.
Okay, what do you recommend?
And go with
What
the
would
order of the
you like
agenda.
to do? Give me some.
I say go with the order of the agenda.
About the order of agenda, okay. Okay, Your Honor, if you take a look at the information that was passed out tonight, staff has been working very carefully with Mr. Maravant of Mike's firm and with the vendors, and we do have 2 out of the 3 contracts ready tonight. We would have had all 3, except that the vendor that would be providing the survey couldn't discuss the areas of issues with the S&P staff out. And so we'll probably try to do that on the 16th. But we have Fisher Barrett for the general engineering contract, and I would point you to the 2 pages you want to look at in addition to the contract. I mean, if you're so inclined to do them tonight, if you feel like you want more time, we can hold these off until the 16th. But I know you guys are wanting us to get these contracts to you as soon as possible. On page 19 of 20 of the contract is Exhibit C, which is the engineer's scope of services. And then on 20, Exhibit D, is the fee schedule for the engineering in question. For all the engineers, I tried to review it based upon criteria of current rates. They were all in line pretty much. So just want to point those 2 things out to you. I guess it's your call whether whether the council wants to decide about moving forward with the general engineer. And the second contract right behind that is the traffic engineering consultant. Not to confuse or make things more difficult, but originally we're talking about the traffic signal at Okeechobee and D, and obviously that would be one of the first projects that I want to get the traffic engineering firm going on through a notice to proceed. With the general engineer, Kesher Barrett's, one of the projects that I want to issue a notice to proceed as soon as possible is to review these FEMA flood maps that we have. I've got to get them started on that fairly soon because I'm already missing a preliminary comment period. It's not going to hurt us, but I can't wait month after month. I got to get them started so they can take a look and tell us, how those maps look. So those are 2 projects that I would be looking, that I'm looking for your agreement and concurrence on so I can get them going once you agree that you're okay with the contract. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you and you can tell me what you want to do.
All right, what are your thoughts? I mean, to get these tonight,
I understand.
I got no way of looking at them, I mean, but,
Yeah, I mean, if we want to move forward, we're going to go on faith on some criteria. Both of you, both town management, town attorney, who wrote the contract?
We did.
Together.
We used the same form that you just approved for the road contract. It was modified because of some CCNA, requirements. Remember, these were not low bid. These are qualification, and you negotiate the compensation. We did verify that we put in the same steps that you had in those other ones for notices to proceed and the contents for those, and that no work's guaranteed, and it all goes to the town, the same process. The insurance was added today, and actually they all agreed to put more insurance in than what was in the bid, which you can't do in this particular situation because it wasn't low bid, so you weren't changing the target on them. The one thing that had to be negotiated was the compensation schedule, and that was worked on by town management. I'm comfortable with the form, but you all have to be comfortable that you understand them, comprehend them, and are.
And I will say this, Mike's firm did a great job with it. None of the consultants had attorneys look at it, so therefore, most of the negotiation came from me and back to the attorney, since it was an attorney to attorney, and I understand why they want to do that. But They each had some issues, and Mike's firm handled the issues, fine. And there were only a couple of, there were some things they wanted, but I think Mike's firm held, to the principle that if, it wasn't an RFQ item, then we weren't ready to, give any ground on some of these things. So, they did get the errors and omissions in, which was good. That was actually suggested by one of the vendors, and it's something we probably should have had in the RFQ, that inadvertently was left out, but they were all willing to do it, so. But I fully understand, again, it was my attempt to try to get this to you, so we get these contracts going. I don't think it's a major problem if you wanted to look at it and we wait till the 16th, but, we could then do all three, because we'll probably have the surveying ready for that meeting, so, whatever council pleasure.
Did you have a rate? You mentioned you were negotiating services, right? Or you're still working, I don't see that.
No, yes, it's Exhibit D in both contracts.
Exhibit what?
D.
D is in David.
D is in David.
And then the addendum is page 23 of 46 as to fishing bars, and then 46 of 46 as to the traffic engine.
I would ask Dave if he looked at those rates, that they look at something that's.
No, I haven't had a chance to look at it. I just got them tonight. And even these two are all put together.
Maybe, you continue it to the 16th, and that gives you time to review it, and we'll put the surveyor on with that. You have all three at the same time.
I would like to move this forward if we can, but, I don't know where we're okay.
I would move to continue it, so we have time to work through this, and also gives you time to bring in the third contract and just get it all done on the 16th.
Okay, we have a motion.
Instead of spending 20 minutes talking about
Yeah.
it.
Is there a second?
I second it in keeping with his previous motion of being done by 9:30.
I know. All right, we have a motion and a second, can we put this off till the
All right, I have a question. Are we talking about just this contract? We're talking about
All
the
three.
selection of solid waste vendor?
No, solid
That's a
waste.
different agenda item.
Yeah.
So I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
So these two, we're gonna put off till the
Next meeting.
next meeting.
Just one with a vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, yes.
Just one question. Mark, you had a committee that was involved in this too. Were they involved in the prices and stuff also that same?
No, they were involved up to the review and selection.
Okay.
From the standpoint of hearing presentations, when we got to the negotiation, it was strictly Mike's firm and myself.
And that's the way that these particular have to be. You have to go through a qualifications-based selection process, and which you confirm the awards at the last meeting, and then they have to go back and then look at compensation.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We move to the next one. Are we getting too much piled up on the next meeting, or are we gonna be all right?
No, we'll be all
All right.
right.
Yeah, the
Okay.
9:30 that we tried before is gone. All right, moving to 11B.
Okay, that's the solid waste vendor, Mayor, and normally I don't do this, but because again, this was an addendum, I'm going to read the agenda report for the record. This will give you, this will indicate all the information. In July 2008, the town entered into a solid waste and recycling collection franchise agreement with Waste Pro of Florida. Terms of the agreement commenced on October 1, 2008, and expires on September 30, 2013. Due to the term of the agreement ending this fiscal year, it is incumbent upon town management to implement the process of procuring solid waste and recycling collection services. The aforementioned ITB, the invitation bid, was prepared and noticed on the town's website on June 3, 2013, and published in the Palm Beach Post on June 3rd and June 6, 2013. The ITB was also available on the OnVia website. The bidders were required to attend a mandatory bid conference on June 12, 2013, and the town issued addendum number 1 on June 18, 2013, which requested all bidders submit variations on 3 different service options. The due date for bidders to submit their bid transmittals was June 26, 2013, and the town received 3 bids. The bids were opened at 2:30 at the Central Palm Beach County Chamber of Commerce. Attached is a copy of the town bid summary sheet. In order to assist town management in the review of the bid submittals, a working group was convened to review the bid submissions and rank them accordingly. The working group consisted of Cheryl Miller, a member of the Town Finance Advisory and Audit Committee, Frank Shiola, the town's Public Works Solid Waste Monitor, Carol Underwood of UMSG, and the town manager. The working group met on Friday, June 28, 2013, to review the bid submissions. town management staff discussed the bid with the FAAC on June 24, 2013. Based upon the attached bid summary sheet, it is evident that Waste Pro was the lowest responsible bidder for 5 of the 6 options. The only option whereby Waste Pro is not the lowest bidder is option 3A, automated for containerized solid waste, curbside recyclables, and curbside vegetative waste once per week. After the working group's review and analysis, it was the opinion of the group that the town should not consider any of the options that only provide pickup once a week. Further, the working group recommends that the town council award option 1, manual, to Waste Pro. As an alternate, town council could select award option number 2, semi-automated, to Waste Pro. In terms of fiscal impact, option 1, manual, is bid at $415,800 and would lower the town's contract by $35,363.44. Option 2, semi-automated, is bid at $438,480 and would lower the town's contract by $12,683.44. Attachment is the town of Waxahachie Grove's bid summary, and along with all the, and what was left out of the staff report, I apologize if we added it in, was all the actual bid forms submitted by these 3 vendors that bid. Our recommended action, ratify, the town council ratify the recommended option 1, manual curbside service by the working group, and award the bid to the lowest responsible bidder, Waste Pro, and authorize the town manager and the town attorney to draft an agreement for town council approval.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept this recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tom. Discussion?
A couple questions. Clarification, in the current contract, we have vegetation once a week?
Yes, we do. Vegetation and recycling are both once a week, and the curbside manual service is twice.
Is it possible that they sometimes do twice a week pick up the vegetation, we just don't require it?
Well, we didn't put that in bid.
What's that?
No, I'm just asking.
They just send their
if they
truck.
practice that.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they've done it a couple times, but anyway, that's not important. The pickup days, if I read through this, option 1 is Monday and Thursday, Tuesday and Friday.
Correct.
We pick, they pick.
I think we come to an agreement based upon the negotiated contract, and then once we have those days, they had indicated if there is a change in the days, then that would necessitate a change in the service. But basically, yeah, we can work that out with the contractor. He is here, by the way, if you wanted to, Mr. Shelley of Waste Pro is here if you wanted to ask him as well.
Well, the question was, the rates at the $415,800
Yes.
is for
Twice
solid
a week,
waste,
twice a week, plus once.
twice a week. Now, they are proposing at that rate of $15.60.
Mhm.
It's Monday and Thursday or Tuesday and Friday, I understand. So they will pick that, or with your negotiations, you will pick that, or you want council to say, I mean, I'm not sure we need to pay anything more than we've got 2 days. And Tuesday and Friday, to me, nicer days.
If you have a preference and you'd like to indicate that to me, I will negotiate that with the
Okay. Now,
contractor.
my other observation is, this is the lowest number out there. And why would we want to cut back our service level and pay more? Which is what some of the other options do. So it's like, it's no brainer in my mind. The council would not want to reduce service and increase what we can get, what we would pay for it, versus the same service we get today and we pay less. So to me, that's an obvious $415,800 is the answer. We kicked around other options to understand what the implications would be. If they had come in at a $350,000 number for semi-automated, for example, then we might consider it. I would personally, the rest of the council members certainly going to do their own thing, but I thought it was pretty simple, straightforward, and I have no problems with continuing with this company. I just didn't know what day of week we're talking about. If we're going from Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday, Friday is, to me, a better day, only because Monday, everybody forget to put it out. So that's my only input to you is, I go along with your suggestion, I like.
Okay. Ron?
We've got an outstanding working relationship with Waste Pro. They've done a good job and we've improved greatly over the period of time. I like the savings in the money The only thing that I kind of disagree with is people are used to Wednesdays and Saturdays. Now, for me, Wednesday's vegetation pickup is great. That gives me the weekend, if I got the weekend off, and then I can rush and I can do my last load out to the road Tuesday night. You know, the question to Waste Pro would be, why did we change from Wednesday and Saturday? Or do we have to?
And that was my only concern, was people getting used to something over the years.
I think it comes with the.
The days are up to you guys. I mean, we really don't have a problem keeping it the same. Just that our interpretation, how it was written, was the Jay was kind of trying to push away from the Saturday. So that's why we just put in those days. But I mean, you want to keep the days?
So you're all right with keeping it like it is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, takes us a long time to retrain everybody, so.
That's no problem.
Okay.
And just to clarify, that would not affect the bid then?
No.
According to the price, okay.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-0. All right, moving to C, 11C, the direction on the budget.
Yeah, you just need to do a motion if you want to confirm for the district's planning purposes what you're doing with the subsidy.
Let me take a shot at the motion.
Okay.
And I'll do it maybe in two pieces because there's a lot to talk about. On the capital budget, I make a motion that we take the two $100,000 items that are in our line for trails and move them up a year each. Give us $100,000 in this coming fiscal year and $100,000 in the following fiscal year. And
I think it was supposed to be about the 28,000.
Yeah, you're gonna deal with the other item, you can take action on it on the 16th when you adopt your preliminary budget. So item one was.
I think the only thing we were going to do was on the 28,000.
Because they couldn't wait for the
Subsidy.
16th.
All right, well, I thought we were trying to give them direction with the motion. It says, we talked a lot about moving money back into year 14 and not put it out. Take the 50 out. Well, then the next time we get a set of budgets, I don't want to have to tell them to make the same changes we talked about
I
tonight.
think he knows that. What they wanted was us to confirm or not confirm the district's going to get the 28, so they can decide about their budget.
Okay.
And we couldn't make a motion.
And they needed to know that before you did your meeting on the 16th.
All right, well, I'll make a motion that we will fund in our budget up to 29,000 approximately for the assistance with the debt servicing
On the Ocean Road.
on the ocean roads.
Second. Second by Ron. Discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-0.
Second motion would be 150.
What's that?
Make a motion that we include in our budget 150,000, which is already there, I suppose.
Yeah, that's already there. We just have to decide that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, good deal. All right, moving to closing comments by the public. I've got two here. Linda J. Coward, 160 Coward, 161st Terrace. Trees and bushes on the road should be trimmed back. Our motorhome and our car cannot pass without scratching the paint. The road has never been trimmed. Why have plants and trees been planted on the right of way? If the landowner will not trim, could not the city do this and charge landowners? If city is not allowed to do this, we pay taxes as all other residents do. They should receive the same services. I just resent that we call it city. Okay, Patricia.
Boy, you don't know how I have my work version on my computer at the office.
Jazzart, I would love the limbs to be trimmed off the road. Also have the ditch on the extension of A Road cleaned out. Thank you. Also clean out A Road Canal. All right, I have no other public comments here. Not much of the public is left. So, all right, moving to town attorney.
Just one item real quick. I did have a conversation with the district's council last week, myself and DJ Duty in their office. And they have told us that the transition of the Ojum roads will take place this fiscal year before the end of September. So they're of course are working through issues, but I told them it has to be done this fiscal year for budget purposes and everything else, and it will be done.
Okay. And council members. Start with Jim.
Well, those ghosts that have gone, thank them also for those that have hung in there. Also, thank you for being here.
All right, Brian.
Not too much to say, though, my motion for ending at 9:30 did not happen, so I'm a little upset about that, but we'll work on that next time. Other than that, thanks for coming. Good night.
Okay. Ron?
Thank everybody for coming. Have a good 4th of July.
All the same.
Okay. Are we gonna bother putting a sign out?
So,
Is it? Good deal. All right. Thank you all for coming. Adios.
Mike, have a great vacation.
Motion to adjourn?